Livestream test 1 2. Livestream test 1 2. Hey hey. Hey hey. Audio stepping out for a coffee.
Awesome. Well, today is the last day of the exhibit hall, so if you haven't been in, please make your way there. I heard that somebody was giving out champagne. So I was thinking yesterday, I'm like, wow, I remember when we had like a spinning wheel, and now we're out here producing champagne at the exhibit hall, so that's great news. So welcome back. We hope you enjoyed the first couple days of the conference. We have another full agenda and powerful sessions lined up for you today. Please use the Cvent mobile app, just as you guys did yesterday, for your updates, your messages, and to ask questions during today's keynote sessions. You can also use the Cvent app to complete the session surveys for Sunday and Monday as well. Just got that update today. And again, your feedback helps DRJ to know what is most relevant to you. So we did a great job yesterday with the Cvent app. Just in case some of you may not have been here, you have questions. If you go into Cvent, you can ask questions by going to Schedule, then select the specific keynote session, then scroll to the bottom of the page, select Live Q&A, and then enter your question. And you must add the keynote session in order to access that Q&A section. All right, we got our logistics taken care of. It's time for us to introduce our first general session and our first two speakers. Scott Baldwin is a passionate risk and resiliency leader. He is the creator of the engaged matrix model of organizational resilience. He has a specialization in creating truly sustainable organizational resilience programs for global multi-billion-dollar companies and integrating cyber resilience and other operational risk areas with business continuity management. Shane Mathew serves as the head of enterprise resilience at Zoom Video Communication. In this role, he oversees the inaugural development of crisis management, business continuity, and disaster recovery programs for all of Zoom's global operations. So please give them a warm welcome as Shane and Scott come and discuss what does it take to build a BCM program that lasts after you're gone. Come on, keep it coming.
Good morning.
I'm going to put mine over here.
All right.
So don't drink wine.
It's really loud.
Yeah. Well, good morning. So my name is Scott Baldwin.
And I'm Shane Mathew.
And how are you doing today, Shane?
Well, I'm a little nervous.
You're nervous?
Yes.
Why are you nervous, Shane?
Well, I can talk to large groups of people. That's not a problem. But some of you may follow me on LinkedIn. I forgot my suit when I was coming here, and I made my wife go back to the house before my flight and bring me the suit.
Well, you're not wearing your suit, Shane.
And that's why I'm nervous, because this is live streamed, and my wife is going to see that I'm not wearing the suit that I made her go back and get.
That's horrible.
So don't tell anybody, okay?
Well, so this morning we want to talk to you about something that Shane and I have been talking to each other about for several years, and that is how to build a durable business continuity program. And so over the years, we've shared back and forth our own experiences and stories we've heard from other people, and we've come up with 5 points that we think are really important to build a truly durable resilience program. And we wanted to share that with you today. So.
Yeah, and Scott and I have spent a considerable time in the industry, and here's some of the companies that we've worked for or worked with over those years, and you'll notice a few things. The first is that it represents a variety of industries. There are both national and global companies, and they have some very unique missions and values. And on the outside, they look all different, but on the inside, they've all experienced something quite similar. These companies have gone through a process of starting a BCM program. It may have faltered a bit, and then they restarted it again. And how do I know this? Is because it happened to me. I was leading a program a few years ago, and I was eager to roll out a program that was going to meet expectations. It was going to be simple, quick. We're going to address people, products, profits, and I quickly turned to industry standards, best practices, and maturity models. And that makes sense and sounds good, right? Well, it doesn't, because I found out after 2 years that the program was going to be shuttered, and I was on my way to a new job. Now, I stayed connected with some of my former colleagues, and so I asked them, what they really thought of my program at the time. One thing they said to me that stuck out, I always saw you walking around doing stuff, but I never really understood what your program was about. Now, this is a mid-level manager and a former friend. So what we found was that there is a process that happens, and we saw it so much that Scott and I started to talk about, what do we call this? And Scott coined the term we call...
Well, the reboot, the BCM reboot cycle. So, by a show of hands, how many people have heard of the BCM life cycle? Yeah, this reboot is kind of like the BCM death cycle, right? This is not a good cycle to be in. So the way the BCM reboot cycle typically works, I've seen it, in a lot of different organizations. It lasts 2 to 4 years, and the first 6 to 12 months, as the new program starts, a new leader comes in, sometimes a whole new team comes in, sometimes a new tool is selected and onboarded, the strategy's created, the design's built out, and if you're a creative person like I am, this is your favorite part. You get to build a beautiful framework, something really gorgeous that you can then implement. And that takes us to the next section of the BCM life cycle, or the reboot cycle, which is the way that you design it does not actually get implemented the way that you envisioned it to happen. And the reason for that is people push back. You're dealing with other humans outside of your group, and they have other priorities, they have other interests. So right off the bat, you start losing momentum as you start implementing. And over time, because of other things that happen, maybe actual incidents, audits, etc., other things happen that eventually push you back further and further in your program implementation. And that takes you to the third, which is when leadership starts becoming aware that you're falling short, and they realize that they need to support you more. And that usually happens, like sometimes a consultancy will come in to try to get you back on track. However, because you have not addressed the primary underlying problem, you're lost at this point, because you're just now trying to make up, get back on track, and you're not addressing the issues. So the final piece of this is, usually 2 to 4 years after you start, the program completely collapses. And sometimes the leader of the program sees the writing on the wall and they'll leave. Other times they'll be asked to leave. But this really goes back into the beginning, again, from a new leadership. When I started at eBay, or started running the program at eBay, the VP sat us down and showed us a timeline of their business continuity programs. There were 8 programs, and eBay's not that old, but he was warning us that we need to not be the beginning of a 9th program. So this happens everywhere, and that's called the reboot cycle.
Yeah. So what's the secret sauce for avoiding this and having a successful, long-lasting program? If you look back over the years at DRJ agendas, this question continues to pop up in practitioners' minds. Topics may have centered around how do you gauge participation, getting leadership interest, achieving stakeholder buy-in, but the core interest of many others before us has been the same. How do I make sure my program is well received and long-lasting? Now, secret sauces are hard to unlock. In fact, you simply need to be reminded of the 11 herbs and spices that Kentucky Fried Chicken utilizes to know that people take secret sauces seriously. But we're going to spend some time today unlocking some of the secret ingredients that are necessary for this long-lasting programs. And along the way, we're going to ask that you participate with us. At certain points, we'll be throwing up some questions on the screen, and our friends at DRJ will be walking around the audience and getting your participation. So we'd like to hear your feedback. This is going to be a great time for you to provide your feedback. If you don't provide your feedback, this will be the longest hour of your lives. All right? So, that being said, let's get started on a few of the key takeaways and lessons that Scott and I have gained over the years.
So, selecting the right table setting.
Oh, before we go forward, we went with a food theme, so just play along, all right?
Yeah, so to the food theme, selecting the right table setting. So before you even begin, you need to understand the context of the situation you're in. We're starting to build a new program. So just like a marksman or a sharpshooter, their goal is very simple, is to hit a target. However, they can't simply put the crosshairs on the target. If you're shooting from a long distance, you need to take into account the wind, the heat, even the curvature of the earth at some time. So you need to understand not only where the target is, but where you are in relationship to that. That's the context of building a program. There are three things that you need to take into consideration when you're looking at the context and the environment that you're working in. The first is the purpose of the program. What is the reason that you are even there? The second one is the culture of the program. The third one is the history of business continuity management within that organization. So going back to the first point, what is the purpose? So there's two things. There's the explicit purpose and the implicit purpose. The explicit purpose is, all you have to do is ask the executives why they're investing in business continuity management. Now, I do this every time I start a new role. I ask leadership, why are you investing in this? And I have never received an answer to the effect of, well, we don't really care about business continuity, but our clients do. Or it's just to check a box, right? They'll always say things like, our customers deserve highest availability, et cetera, all these great ideals. So that's your target. However, the implicit purpose is sometimes very different. They might say that the reason for the program is so that we are available for our customers, but the true purpose might be just for compliance. They need someone sitting in a seat. So it's really important to understand where you start in this program development. The second thing is culture. You need to understand how things are done. Is it a top-down culture, a bottom-up culture? You need to understand how to effectively work within that program. And finally, the history of the business continuity program. If you are following a failed program, you need to understand the history of that so that you can be sensitive. A lot of times people might be angry that they did a lot of work and now it's gone. You need to be sensitive to those pain points. Or if there never was a business continuity program before, you understand how you need to educate people, etc. So for the first question, we talked about explicit and implicit, right? Explicit's very easy. Just ask leadership. Why are we here? Why are you investing in this? However, understanding the implicit purpose, which is the true purpose, is a little bit more difficult. So this is where you guys all come in. We have people with microphones there. What are some ways that you feel you could understand the implicit purpose of a business continuity program?
Raise your hands, or we'll start calling on people. There we go. Awesome. Got somebody up in the front here.
Lack of staffing.
I'm sorry, which?
Lack of staffing.
Lack of staffing, exactly. That is a dead giveaway. They tell you how important business continuity is, yet you have 2 people in an organization of 16,000, right? If you look around at other groups and you feel like you are funded, under-supported, that's a very clear giveaway of what the true thoughts are around resilience, right?
Who
Anybody
else?
else? Mm-hmm.
Morning. I believe awareness of your team. If no one is aware of your team, then it's not a good sign.
Awareness. Exactly.
Awareness, exactly. And I don't know, did you mean like how leadership makes the rest of the company aware, or what kind of awareness are you talking about?
I mean, if you tell someone, hey, I'm part of the DR team, they know, the DR team, right? Or
Right. No, it's like sometimes the best hidden secret in the world, right? Our programs can be. Yeah. So we totally get that. That is definitely a sign of what your organization really thinks. Who else has an idea?
My first sign was on my onboarding when the HR person went through the PowerPoint deck and there was a business continuity slide in there and she goes, oh, I never covered that one. And that's one of your clues. She skipped right by it.
There's your sign.
Yep, and then I would say the other thing is if you can figure out what regulatory body governs your industry that you're going into, and if they have any failed audits, because that's generally, a one-to-one relationship there too is,
Yeah,
like
all
you
good
said, am I
signs.
checking a box because I have to have a program? And do I have to have a program because I got audited and I got written up on an audit? So By the way, I do have a slide in the onboarding still to this day. I've been there 7 years. Don't know if they share the slide, but still there. And now they know who I am.
This sounds
because,
like something that we
COVID.
need to take care of quick, right?
Awesome. Anybody else?
Anybody
Okay.
else? We got one in the back. We got 2 in the front, right up here, and we got one over there too. This is great. Thank
Wow,
you.
we
for
did
coming.
not expect people this early in the
One-
morning.
Yeah.
We thought we were going to have to volunteer you guys. Yeah.
One of the things I've observed over the years I've been doing this is having funding for the process.
Right.
I look, from the years of doing this, business continuity doesn't make money for the organization. We actually spend it in a way.
Right.
So if we can't get funding to produce the results that they may be expecting, you're just shoveling sand against the tide.
That's
But
great.
yeah, that's a big thing that I've seen is where they want to put money up front to do the process.
Right.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Got one over here.
10-step reporting line to the board.
I'm sorry, the first part again?
Yeah, a 10-step reporting line to the board. So-
Yeah, reporting. How you report to the board and how that information gets up there is a good sign. If you're shunned from every board meeting, that is a bad sign, right?
Are
Yeah.
they asking for these, or are you needing to tell executive leadership? That's a big deal. And also, what are the metrics they're asking for? Are they asking for true resiliency metrics, or are they asking about compliance metrics? That'll tell you right off the bat what
Yeah.
they really care about, right?
Right.
All right. So once we understand the context of where we're starting, we go to the first major objective. Now, by a show of hands, how many people here have either sat in a session, read an article or a book or something else about executive engagement? Has anyone heard of executive engagement and how important it is? Yeah? It's kind of been beaten over our heads, right? Well, today, we're going to tell you the secret to getting executive engagement. I call this the golden ticket approach, okay? So once you have the context, the first thing you need to do is ensure that leadership, or not leadership, but the resiliency risk sits with the appropriate people. And the appropriate people are the owners of the functions and technology that you are supporting, not the corporate business continuity program, right? So what you do is, number one, make sure you have a BCM policy. And in that policy, make sure that you're explicitly stating that the ownership of resiliency sits with the functional and technology owners, not with the corporate group. Second, you need to take that policy to the leadership, executive committee, and have them approve it. And if they push back and say, no, we think BCM should be responsible for that, let me know, because I've never had that happen, but there's a lot of logical arguments why that's not a good approach. People need to own their own resilience. The third thing is you go to the organizational heads with that golden ticket, which is your policy, and you tell them that they are completely and 100% responsible for the resilience of their function. Now, I'm going to jump to number 4 real quick, because this is usually where these VPs and directors start arguing with you, like, we're not experts in this, right? So you tell them, you throw them a lifeline, and you say, look, if you assign someone within your organization to own resiliency in your group, I promise to train and certify that person so that 1, they know what to do for the first 24 hours after an incident, and 2, they can keep your program in compliance with the corporate program. What that does is that shifts the balance of the dynamics. We are used to going to the business and technology and tapping their shoulder and asking them to help us build a program. What we do in this way with the Golden Ticket program is now somebody's been assigned that knows nothing about resilience, usually, that their VP or directors assign them to take care of it. They're coming to you and asking you to help them. The dynamic shift is huge as far as getting things done. Now we're seen as someone that can help them as opposed to someone that comes and bothers them every 6 or 12 months, right?
Right. So before we go forward, if the tech team wouldn't mind just reducing the font size of our presenter notes, that would be helpful. So how many of you ever burned a dish before when you're cooking? How many of you burn all your dishes when you're cooking? There's some honest people here this morning. Good. Now, one of the first challenges for a new cook is to not burn their dishes. So it's important for you to understand how BCM activities can burn and reduce the chances of this happening. So I live within close proximity of an IKEA, where I live in Texas. They're fun to explore, but not so fun for building their furniture. In fact, a newspaper in Sweden once described IKEA furniture building as something between civil engineering and captaining a submarine. But you may have also noticed that the difference between instructions from IKEA versus the instructions from Lego, right? You notice that they really spend time making sure that the build experience is quite seamless and understandable, so you can not only enjoy that, but also enjoy the products of your build, right? So in our profession, we spend a lot of activity and time and energy on things that burn, like building a IKEA furniture kit. Now remember, I'm not talking about the value of these activities from what they produce. I'm talking more about the investment of time they require. Now, we do things like, on an annual basis, risk assessments, focused risk assessments, business impact analysis, BIA summary reporting, BC planning, exercising. But have you ever thought about how much money we're spending and investing in these types of activities? So let's just take two from our example list here, okay? If we said that doing 200 BIAs, it takes about 10 hours a piece, doing 200 BCPs for departments take about 15 hours, and I'm just calculating roughly here for the example's sake of how much time it would take to get all the parties involved and do all the work necessary. I've estimated it probably produce about 400 documents and 5,000 hours a year of time, okay? And then if you take that 5,000 hours per year and you multiply it by a blended rate of about $150 an hour of people that are all participating in this process, you end up with $750,000 a year that you're spending and burning to do just these two activities. Now again, I'm not saying that the activities don't have impact or value, but is there really a positive return on investment with this spend? Are you making $750,000 decisions with these activities? And you have to ask yourself, if I were talking to my CEO and they were looking at this model and looking at my burn rate, would they also agree that, hey, spending this volume of time on this activity is really worthwhile for our business? Now, what about our participants? Corporate America is busier than ever. People have different priorities that we're all dealing with, and the heavy lift of BCMs sometimes can add an additional burden. Now, think about that lengthy code of conduct that you have to review on an annual basis. Basically, you go through all these modules of training, insider risk, privacy, cybersecurity, all to fill out that 10-question questionnaire at the end and click, yes, I read it, right? Don't you get that same feeling, or can you imagine the participants in your program also seeing what you're doing and those activities and the amount of energy and effort they're investing in it as similar in nature to those compliance things? Now, what we want to know from you, though, is how is it possible to make things easier? What have you experienced in your careers, in your programs, that have taken that burn from the process of doing business continuity and reduced it in any tangible way? Let's hear from the audience here. All right, we've got a couple of good examples up here that are willing to participate. Thank you.
Loud voice. I was going to say consistency, and the other part of it too is,
Thank you.
sorry about that. Being consistent. So if you go to one business unit and you say, how do you organize your business functions? How do you get an inventory of your business functions, and you're consistent across all business units, it makes it easier.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
That's
Being
part of
consistent.
scalability, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
What we've found is we have a lot of duplication of effort. So operational risk management will go out and ask a bunch of questions.
Right.
And then business continuity comes out and asks similar questions, not exactly the same. And then there'll be another group that comes along. So we're trying to reuse that information. So that's one way we can make it easier
Yeah.
for people, is share that information among the programs.
That's perfect. Perfect. Somebody else in the orange shirt over here?
I can just add to that, and that's just work closely with your internal audit as well, because they're a wealth of information that you don't have to go out and get yourself.
Right. Aligning with other partners is a very good way to minimize that burn. We have one in the back.
A lot of consolidation of our plans. We had like 104 when I started, and we're down to 70. But we've simplified them, made them easier to do, and made one corp.
Well, Mike doesn't like your answer. I'm sorry, sir. No, we'll get to it. But I get what you're saying. Consolidating plans, that's a huge win. Reducing that documentation down to what you need, not what you think we need, right? So this is really important for us to consider is, setting ourselves up for success through this idea of minimalism, right? Now, there's a term that we sometimes hear called minimum viable product. And in business terms, it really means, a new product that allows your team to collect a maximum amount of validated information from your customers with the least amount of effort. Okay, that's a really technical definition. The way I see it in my real life is that I tell my kids to make their bed every morning, and they've realized that if I just throw the comforter on the top and put pillows somewhat in some order, that dad is okay, right? That's the minimum viable product for them and us. We've agreed, right? So that's what we need to do with our business continuity programs. What's the MVP of our programs? You have to spend time understanding what the MVP is for your BCM activities, because that's what's going to reduce the burn. Now, additionally, we touch on something somebody mentioned earlier, the right questions. Every question really needs to have some value to it. Scott, you want to tell the story about your question?
Yeah, I was working with a group doing business continuity planning, and I met with the VP, and oftentimes VPs are too busy to work with me. They always assign someone else, but this VP was very excited about business continuity. So that's always a pleasure, right, to work with an executive that is excited. So we sat down and we started doing the planning session, and we got to the part where we were doing resource allocation. How many laptops you need after X number of hours, how many copy machines, fax, whatever it is, right? And at the end of this process, the VP asked me, okay, so do you have a warehouse somewhere that has all these laptops and all these tools somewhere, this magic warehouse that if we need it, we can? And I said, well, no, this is really for you. And he's like, well, wait a minute, we don't have a warehouse. We get everything from IT. Why am I writing all this out when it really is not connected to anything in reality? And I kind of fumbled a little bit. I was not able to answer that. It's just kind of the way we do things is really the answer I gave him. Well, the next time I met with him, he didn't show up. He did assign somebody else to work, and I never worked with that VP again, because killed the engagement right there. When he realized we were asking questions that didn't really make sense, that didn't have a legitimate purpose, he just, in his mind, thought, well, this is a waste of my time. And so it totally killed the process. So now I don't even ask about that, just so you know.
You don't have a magic warehouse?
No, I don't have a magic warehouse.
All right. So, the third thing we want you to remember to reduce the burn is don't go it alone. And somebody already mentioned this very fact. I'm so glad that was touched on. If there's ways for you to piggyback off of other risk initiatives, then use those to your advantage. Because sometimes we're all competing for the same attention. I've had that same feeling when I go to talk to somebody and they literally say, man, I've already been asked this question. Why are you asking this question again? That feeling in your gut is not good, right? So we have to be able to think about this. Now, what I tend to do is now at the beginning of the year, I meet with my risk partners across the org and ask them, what are they planning for the year? What's their initiative look like? What information are they gathering? And that's led to a lot of great conversations about how I can now gather information from them as opposed to me going. And it's reduced the overall complexity and amount of time that people are spending on tools that I have to send out, and I get the same results, right? So these are some of the things we want you to think about about reducing burn. Now, Scott?
Provide appetizers to reduce hunger. I love these food-themed chapter headings, right? So go for quick wins. So earlier I talked about executive engagement, right, and executive support. Kind of teased you with that. Now I'm going to follow up and give you the secret to this, right? So the ugly truth is that success begets success. And what do I mean by that? Leadership will back a winning horse. So if you are showing wins and successes, you will get more support. People love to get behind a successful project. However, BCM programs are slow to develop. To create a completely evolved program can take years. Even a subset of that, for example, just doing the BIA, can also take many months to complete. So therefore, you need, especially at the beginning of a program, when you're still trying to establish your credibility, build rapport with executive leadership, if they don't hear from you for a while, they're going to move on to something else. They're going to lose all interest in what you're doing. So you need to provide wins early on. So there's two ways of doing this. The first is to look for low-hanging fruit, which is something that needs to be fixed, that is not too difficult to do, right? So take, for example, connecting your HR system with your business continuity planning system, right? Probably most of you have that, but if you don't, that's a pretty simple thing to fix. You can do that in a month or two, right? Now, you just don't do that and tell leadership that you've done that. You package it up. You create a Happy Meal. I call it the Happy Meal approach. So when I say Happy Meal, who here does not know what a Happy Meal is? Anybody? So 100% of you know what I'm talking about when I say a Happy Meal. That's what you need to do with these wins. You need to package it. So connecting HR to your planning software has to become something else. You have to describe the functional result of that, which is we now have an emergency communication network, something like that, something with the bright red box, right? So when you tell them that, they know what you're talking about, but also they understand that this is a win in and of itself. That's really important. If you don't have low-hanging fruit, you need to create low-hanging fruit. So you create your own Happy Meal objectives. So the goal may be arbitrary. So for example, sometimes I'll say, we're doing top 10. What does that mean? I don't know. But it sounds good, right? We're doing top 10% of the functions, or the top 10 most critical, or whatever it is. You break away your complete program into a smaller bite-sized chunk, and again, you need to market it as something larger than what it is, right? So you want to have a simple name for it, for the marketing purposes. But the whole goal of this is to create wins that are quick. They should not take more than a quarter. The beginning of the quarter, you should say, this is what we're going to do. By the end of that quarter, you should have one or more of these Happy Meals that you presented to leadership. You need to celebrate them. That's how they're going to build trust in you. That's how you're going to get support from executive leadership, is early on, do something that they can wrap their mind around and understand it as a comprehensive achievement.
Absolutely.
So what are some examples either of quick wins that you're able to do and package, or some arbitrary thing that you're able to come up with to deliver to your executives to show that you are a winner?
What are some things that have worked for you? I'll tell you one for me. I built just a quick training module and got it on our internet site and made a big deal about it, launched it, had a launch party for it. You know, those are things that sound obnoxious at times, I would imagine, but it certainly came off really well. We had people going to the site to look that over. But what about you? What are some things that you've found, hey, I was able to solve a problem, I was able to solve an issue? Yes, right here. Here.
In the front?
In the front right here in the white. Oh, we got one right here too. Right there.
Hi. Yeah, I was able to get we have a certain environment that is critical for the company, and every time they would do failovers, it literally would fail, you know? So I deep dived into it, and when I took responsibility of it, I was able to fix the issues and brought down from 6-8 hours to an hour and a half. So that was a good achievement.
Yeah.
And that actually brought the attention from leadership and say, hey, how can we improve? You know?
Right. Can we celebrate with our friend here? That's a good one. That's a good one. What about here?
Yes, we have closed circuit TV at the company globally, and so my boss and I actually had some of our executive leadership just give a one-sentence blurb on what resilience means to them in their function in their organization. And we put a picture of the leader along with their quote and cycled that on the closed circuit TV for everybody in the company to see.
Wow, that's great. That's a really good one.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's a great one. I love celebrating victories, right? Who else? Who else has a great one we can share? We got one here in the front.
Hey, how are you guys? One of the things that we did, and it's not BIA BC specific, but post-COVID, we've worked with our communications department to do pre-event and post-event messaging outside of our emergency notification system. That's gotten really great feedback from our partners. The other thing is we created an emergency page on our intranet for employees, also so that they can go there and they can have preparedness elements of what they can do pre, during, and post as well.
Awesome. Way to go.
You know, one thing too I want to emphasize is that it's great to do something and market it to executive leadership, but what's even better is to tell leaders before you do it, and then do it, and then present it to them. And that's going to show them that you're the kind of people that are going to do what you say you're going to do, which is not super common in business. So being able to identify your objective, do the objective, and then share it with leadership is going to build that engagement and that trust.
Great. Do we have any others? Yes.
Yes. What I did to make an improvement was change actually the practices within inside the BCM team. We had a problem in this organization with the plans, BCPs and DRPs, lingering for approval. So we needed to have them reviewed and approved on a yearly basis, and sometimes 18 to 19 months would pass without them even being reviewed. But the problem was that we were sending out messages and nagging the approvers to go and look at the plans and approve them.
Right.
So I changed the approach. I said, we're going to have mini tabletops every year to do the plan review as a small tabletop exercise. And we went from about 10% approval on time to 80% approval on time within the first year. And we ended up having to hire more people to work with the teams to edit the documents, because through the tabletops we started finding a lot of gaps that were not being addressed because we would nag them before and they would just put the approval stamp and move on.
Right. Yeah. So success begets success, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So all right, let's talk about the next topic here. Certain dishes are money makers. Now, why do I say that? Well, when I was starting out after college, I was a health inspector for a local city. And what we started to notice amongst the health inspection team was that those restaurants that came in to apply to start a new restaurant, we would look at their menu, and the people that had like 30 or 40 items that they were planning to cook on their menu, their businesses tended to close really quickly, all right? I don't know if you've noticed that when you see those menus that are like 60 pages long, right? There's a reason behind that. There's just too much to spend their effort on, okay? And so, you know, we've often heard of the Pareto principle. You know, it's based on the Wilfredo Pareto, who legend has it he saw that 20% of his pea plants in his garden were producing 80% of the results on an annual basis. Now, I've seen this before in my life. I've got big and small. I've got about 15 rooms in my house, and I spend all my time in the living room, in the bathroom, in the office, in the bedroom. So there's just a small amount of area and time that you really get the most results out of. Now, when programs treat BCM in the same way, when you look at everything the same, just like those restaurants, everything is important. You get lower yields because not everything in the business is exactly equivalent or in impact or criticality. You end up wasting a lot of time on tasks that don't produce a lot of impactful results. And BCM is not known for large staffing volume, right? So when you're spread thin, you will have challenges building relationships or high-value relationships in both leadership and with those key stakeholders that are needed for great results. So I want to ask the audience here, what are the BCM activities that give you the greatest return on investment? What are the things that if you just do that, we are going to be successful for the year? Let me hear from the audience now. Anybody have a contribution? We've got a hand raised right here. We've got a hand raised right here. Awesome.
I'd say the greatest return on investment are exercises, just because you get the whole team in the room and they look over the plan, and if there's things that are not updated, they'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, you're totally right. Right here.
I'd start with business impact analyses.
Okay.
A true, comprehensive, blended, full engagement across the board business impact analysis. It'll give you everything you need to start.
That gives you the most results. Okay. Who else? Do we have another hand raised right there? There's one up here in the front, too. I'll tell you, one of mine is really just to be able to, I think, James, you have one? Uh-oh.
Just unrelated, for those of you who are following the DRJ Fall hashtag on LinkedIn, there's quite a conversation about your choice of outfit this morning, Shane. So.
Thank you.
Wow, thanks, James. Appreciate that. I'll have to check that out later.
I think.
All right. We have another comment?
Yeah, I just have one. The greatest return on investment is relationships. If we don't build the relationship, we don't get the BIA. If we don't build the relationship, we don't get the exercises. We have to have strong relationship building within not only the company, but also the community, so that we are ensured success and our stakeholder success. So I think that is one of the biggest return on investments.
I think you're right. I think I've received more value out of just simply being able to call up people within the organization and get their buy-in or help easily because of that relationship that we've developed in the past. Now, we talked about implementing the Pareto principle. How do you do that in BCM? Well, number one, the programs that last the longest tend to spend time strategizing, just as we just did right now, to talk about what are the activities that we get the most results on. You've really got to spend time listing some of the projects and flag those that have the biggest contribution to your overall objective. So if for example, if your company is focused on building and ensuring your customers are really satisfied with your overall ability to respond to a service outage, then spending time there as opposed to building departmental business continuity plans, that's going to produce you more results. And one thing I will note is that on a year-to-year basis, things can change. And so that's why this annual strategizing about what's going to produce the most value for the year and not just simply repeating the results. The phrase, results may vary, right? So we don't want to just keep on doing what we always do on a year-to-year basis simply because it worked last year. This year, there may be a different priority, and we need to focus there. And I'll also say that the easiest way to implement the Pareto principle in your work is focusing on the company mission. Now, I worked with one company. This is an elaborate slide here, but at the high level, I want you to understand, one company that I worked with really took this to heart. They said, hey, our mission as an organization is a shipping company, is if we get an order in before 6 p.m. on a day, we're going to get the order out that door. And it was in their DNA. So the BCM program looked at that mission and said, you know what, that's where we're going to spend our time. There's no value in us doing the same cookie cutter planning for every department. Let's focus on the ones that really contribute to the mission. And so they mapped this out, and you see that the boxes or the things in the red box, those are the key departments that they needed to conduct their mission. And so then they spent all their time on that first year of their program working in that box. They didn't do anything else besides that. So where are you going to get the most results? You need to look at your mission. That will help you establish clearly where we need to spend our time, because you're never going to get faulted for focusing on your mission. You may get faulted by leadership or others if you're spending time elsewhere. Now, one other thing we want to talk about is presenting your dish with a little bit of flair. Okay, I'm obviously, by James's comment here, that my outfit today is causing a turmoil on LinkedIn, right? But actively developing a positive brand image is a really big part to building a long-lasting program. Now, what I mean by that, what is brand? Well, Jeff Bezos says, your brand is what other people say about you when you're not in the room. Now, branding is often thought about just simply your design of your logo, what it looks like, and in the symbol of your program, right? Now, here are the most trusted brands from 2022. there's a few on there that I was really surprised by, but these are according to some market research. You know, what are the brands that really have the most recognition? And they're not just recognized by their logos, but also by the imagery you feel when you see those brands, okay? And this is not by accident. Social psychologist Jennifer Aker created a branding personality framework that is used industry-wide now to really just establish a group of personalities that your programs should try to align with if you want to be successful. Okay, there's sincerity, excitement, confidence, sophistication, ruggedness. You know, Jeep is probably in that last category if you think about it, right? So these categories are really important for us to consider when we're thinking about our overall experience. What is the words that express to others, or what do they express about our program? So I want to take a moment here and talk about, with our last question, what type of feelings does your program elicit in your stakeholders? What kind of image? You saw the image that that former colleague of mine felt about my program, right? So what about you? What are some of the feelings people get whenever they have experienced your programs at your company? Anybody want to raise their hand and try it out? We got one up at the front here again. Leslie, we're going to make you run around the room today. Thank you. Got one right here. We got one back there.
Hello.
Yes.
I try to implement the feeling of calmness. We have a lot of people that have been designated the owners or contributors of our BIA, and many of them think it's going to take hours and hours and hours. So I limit meetings with them at 25 minutes, give them time to think about it. 2 weeks later, we meet again. My program starts in March, we end in September, and then all the gap analysis happens, VLT sign-offs. So I make it a year-long project, but I also say on your time. So it gives them the calmness.
Calmness, wow, that's great. That's great. That's a really good one. We got one right here.
I was going to say I engaged not only my champions, but also your stakeholders that are that loathe kind of getting a phone call from you. It's a little strong word to say, but we are looking for a tool, and I called up a few of them and said, hey, would you mind engaging with us? And they were surprised. They were like, well, why? Why do you want us to participate? And I said, well, you're going to be using the tool. I want it to be something that you would appreciate using. And they really kind of took to that, and I feel like I've changed some of their minds by engaging them.
You basically did market research, right? That's really good. Right here.
Similar to that, just to make it out like we're all on the same team. We're in it together, and that way they're not figuring your phone calls or just ignoring your emails.
Yeah, that's a great way to know what your brand image right there is. Like, if you look at your calendar over the last year, count how many meetings were either postponed, canceled, or no-showed, and you will know what your brand image is immediately, right? Who else?
I'd say trust. Our group really becomes this liaison between business, IT, audit. They'll reach out to us. We're a liaison to our crisis management team, to some of the administrative level business processes through our BIA. And it's a voice that they may not have with their IT support provider, or a logistics question like you had mentioned earlier. How do I get a laptop? You know, we had critical processes that folks just didn't know how to do that. So we just do those things on their behalf. We know the right people because of their relationships to help.
Excellent.
You know, Shane, I think an important aspect of marketing yourself or your program is to be purposeful about it, to really have the objective before you start out. This is the image I want to portray, and work towards that, instead of just kind of working and then this is the image we have. To be purposeful about it, I think, is very important.
No, that's absolutely correct. Do we have any more? What are the experiences people have when they work with your program? What are the feelings they get? James.
I'll actually answer seriously this time. My apologies. I want my stakeholders to be excited about my program. Excited executives provide resources and funding.
Yeah, that's a great one. And in fact, that's actually one of the 5 personality frameworks that seem to find the most success. So let's talk about the quick start to building your brand image. The first thing you have to do is know who you are, right? I know we're maybe diving off a little bit into the self-help side of our program here today. But the point is, you really have to understand what your program purpose is, as we mentioned earlier, and you have to be understanding of what you want to be known for. I love the trust factor. That's a great personality trait to be known for, right? What makes your program unique? Because there's so many other risk programs in your organization. So what makes you stand out? The second thing is to know your audience, right? You have to know who your customer is. You have to know what they care about. And you also have to know what, a positive experience with your program looks like, right? You have to map that out. Again, as Scott said, you have to be intentional about this. You cannot just assume you'll pick up some good brand experiences over time. So there's a lot of great books out there, and I'll be glad to share those with you after the session, but these are things you have to consider. And then you also have to spend time building that identity, and that identity has to work for your culture. You have to ask the question, is what I'm creating work for my culture? Now, in 2011, Arby's, they, it wants to go to the next slide. Okay, so Arby's came up with this slogan. 2011, they were failing as a company. They came up with the slogan, "We have the meats." Does that sound like a traditional fast food restaurant slogan? No, they picked an edgier slogan because they felt like, hey, we want to be a little different. We want others to look at us and say, we are unique in our space. And in fact, it came in pretty handy because in the Grammy Awards, Grammy artist Pharrell wore this hat that looks exactly like the Arby's logo for some reason. And Arby's social media director reached out and said, hey, Pharrell, can we have our hat back? All right? That tweet that was responded to by Pharrell, who said, y'all trying to start some roast beef, ended up going viral, all right? And it really expanded the reach of their slogan, their brand, their people's understanding of who Arby's is. Now, I'm hoping that you're not going to create and hijack a brand slogan about business continuity like this one, all right? But we still want to spend some time actually making sure we understand brand. I think I saw a hand raised in the back, a couple of options. Does somebody else have some examples of brand that they've used or they've developed? For some reason, there's a raised hand.
If you go back to the Arby's example, not only did they have the slogan, but they also got Ving Rhames and The Voice.
Right.
Do you remember when James Earl Jones did CNN for the first time? You couldn't not listen to it, and then he turned out, was he Darth Vader before that, so everybody knew the name. So the brand recognition went along with the spokesperson they got. They didn't get a Snow White type of high squeaky voice. We have the meats and the lollipop gang.
This is probably the best part of this presentation right now, so continue on with that. If you would like to no, you don't want to? Okay, I understand. But thank you for that. No, that's absolutely correct, right? You have to find the right brand personality to make it work for your organization. Okay, so James mentioned earlier the excitement level, the factor that you want to build into that. One option is to incorporate games or different activities into your session so that people are exactly excited to come. Another person mentioned the really concise meetings that they have so that people know their time is always used valuably when they show up, right? These are small nuances and activities that you incorporate, but they have to be incorporated to make sure your brand is available and ready.
Okay, so let's review now. So we've gone over 5, there we go. Okay, so let's review this. So what is a special sauce? We've talked about 5 elements to create a durable program. The first thing is understand the true program scope. The second is to apply activities that reduce burn. The third one is to create quick wins. The next one is activities with high return on investment. And finally, build your brand image. Who can tell me what all of these things actually create. What is this special sauce? What's a better name for this special sauce? Anybody? Raise your hand if you got an idea. I'm sorry.
So, confidence. That's a good one.
Confidence is good. That's not the magic
Trust.
word, though. Value.
Value. Okay.
I'd say trust and success. It's going to come up with.
These are all things that contribute.
All right, I'll put you out of your misery. Okay. Engagement. Engagement is the secret sauce to a durable program. If you do not have engagement, you are going to have a BCM reboot cycle because it requires your business partners to take ownership and to keep going. And what we talked about here are ways to create engagement outside of the corporate BCM program. So engagement is the secret sauce to a durable program.
Yeah, and there's a variety of ways we mentioned today that you can start down the road of doing it. But the first and the most important step is to realize what is the engagement look like for your organization and where do you want to get it to. So we're excited that we were able to talk to you about this today. We have an opportunity now to answer a few questions if you have them about our experiences and how we built these in different ways or other questions on clarification. So you can use the CVEN app to actually submit a question you haven't already, and then we'll throw them on the screen and we'll try to talk for a few more minutes about your questions. So did we receive any questions that we want to talk through? Excellent. All right, so if you had to invest in only 3 things due to a tight budget for your program, what 3 key resources would you implement for your program? Thank you, Zachary. That's a great question. Do you have a thought on that, Scott?
Well, I think if I'm reading this correctly, if I'm understanding it correctly, where do you focus your resources? And for me, that kind of goes to the implicit purpose of the program. When I started at Netflix, the explicit purpose was to create better resilience. That's what I was told. But one of the things that I understood was that they needed to understand where the critical functions were in the organization. They didn't know where the critical functions were. So if you look at a BIA, a typical BIA, about 50% of that BIA has to do with impact. The other 50% are other questions that are not specifically due, that address the impact. So what we did was we got rid of the other 50% and spent all our time focusing on criticality. So we were able to spend a lot less time and provide way more impact and return on investment because we understood what the organization really needed at the time. So I would say it depends on the situation, but for us it was criticality.
So prioritizing, based on what the explicit and implicit needs are, right? I would say an example of one of the key resources I would add is that you're dedicating time to strategizing. Again, it does not require an extensive amount of additional money or effort on part of the business. It requires that of you. So thinking through what I'm going to accomplish this year, what I want our activities to be like, and how to build the most engagement out of the activities we do, those are all things that I would invest time in. And we spend time annually planning for corporate mission. Why can't we spend time planning for our business continuity planning mission, right? Hopefully that answers your question.
So the second one is why or how do you build a spirit of collaboration within an organization for a BC program? Douglas,
great question. There's a lot of ways you can handle this. I think the spirit of collaboration is going to involve a lot about your brand. Like what does that play out in on a day-to-day basis when you're working with these different partners? Do they feel as though that you're just telling them they do this and produce this result, or are you looking to solve problems? Again, that's where I was talking earlier about identifying your audiences. And I say audiences because there may be multiple audiences in your organization that you need to establish a clear picture of. Because the same problems and issues that need to be addressed by a business continuity coordinator in a department are not the same as a IT director or a DR leader that's handling some technology, right? So we need to be able to say, how do we understand each of these different stakeholders? What do they need? And that's where the starting point is. Scott?
I would say, for me, engagement and coordination has to do with putting emphasis on training outside of the corporate group. So I wrote this article called Building an Army of Engaged Planners. And that is all about, so if you're told to do something but you don't know how to do it, you're going to become disengaged. You're not going to want to do it. There are barriers to engagement. One of them is training and education. Newsletters, build a community. Make sure that the tool set you're using is not something that they need to be trained on every 12 months. It needs to be simple. So reducing the barriers to engagement outside the corporate BC program is the way, in my opinion, to build collaboration, make people feel ownership outside of the group.
Yeah. We had another question. Love the concept of today's talk and how you applied your concepts to BCP. Sorry, startup concepts to BCP. Thank you, Vanessa. What made you think about the alignment of small business in a BCP program? Well, one of the things that I realized very quickly on in my career, and I gave that example of no longer needing my services really being the reason I learned this, was that if there's no demand, there is no business, right? There's no sense in building a business when nobody wants your product, right? So the small business concept really did help understand, because businesses every day are struggling with this. How do we ensure that we have demand for our product? Because if we don't, our doors are closed. In the same vein, businesses or business continuity programs have to look at themselves as demand generators, all right? In every program, you have to look at your program as, how do I create demand to continue that program longevity? So that's the reason I felt like there's a lot of parallels to there. There's also a couple of books that I've read. Traction is a big one. It's about the entrepreneurial operating system, which you can implement if you just look at it through the lens of a business continuity program. Those principles in that book are amazingly easy to apply and will pay dividends. So I think there's a lot of parallels between business and our BCM programs. Great question.
See, we spend a lot of time selling to executives why this is important. How much time do people spend selling to the participants why they should be invested? Richard. Thank you, Richard. What are you going to say about that?
Well, we spend a lot of time selling to executives. Obviously, they're the people that at the end of the day are going to make some of the heavy decisions about where our program is going to be, right? Selling to participants, I think, also is a valuable methodology that we have to implement. And that's primarily because, these are the people that are going to participate with us. And oftentimes I've found they've been some of the biggest advocates for our program to executives when the question comes up. Now, as somebody mentioned earlier, if nobody has an awareness of your program at the participant level, then the executive level can easily be impacted by that, right? So we have to work on both sides of this. Scott, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, obviously, like you said, executive engagement is very important, but that's not where you should spend most of your time. The executives are not the ones that you're participating with and you're depending on to get things done. If the executives don't think it's important, that trickles down, so you need to have their support. But I think the previous question about engaging the participants holds true. There's a whole lot we could go into in how to get engagement from your participants. Right. But yeah, it's very important.
I'm not sure how we're doing on time, but we'll try to go with this question here. How do you convince an organization their slow burn is too slow and jeopardizing their successes and longevity? So let's see. How do you convince the organization their slow burn is too slow? I'm sorry. Who gave us that question? Can you mind clarifying? Yeah, I'm sorry. I apologize. What? Say it again. I said stuffed you. You did. You did. So, what are you trying to, can you kind of rephrase that for me?
Sure. I work with an organization that externally that they're so concerned about burning their people out that they're taking such a slow approach that it is nearly impossible to celebrate any wins.
Absolutely.
So you would reduce the scope. You need to be very, very clear and specific about a subset of things. You still need to provide wins. If you're not able to do an enterprise-wide program, reduce that and celebrate those small wins.
Yeah, that's actually a very good response. I mean, I think it's very important to think, okay, well, initially, what was the explicit purpose of your program? Was it to get every single department or the entire organization covered by your enterprise resilience program, right? In this case, If the slow approach is what the business wants, then you're helping them by being very specific. Okay, well, fine, we'll start with this section. I would pick, obviously, the mission of the organization to start there, right? But these are some adaptations that you'll need to make, but they can be very easy to adopt. You know, just simply saying, we're not going to do the entire organization then. We're going to focus here and get that really done well. Hope that helps. Okay? Any more questions?
Good.
No? Awesome. Well, thank you for your time today. We really appreciate the opportunity, and we'll see you around the conference day.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Scott and Shane. Shane will be having an after-action report on your suit in the lobby, so we'll see you out there, sir. If you have any comments about today's session, please put them in the CVent app. Don't forget to complete your survey, and we'll have a 15-minute break in the lobby. We'll be back here at a little before 9:30. We're ahead of schedule today. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back from our break. I see you, John Seals. All right, I'm going to introduce our next keynote speaker this morning. I'd like to welcome back Sara Pratley, who is excited. This is actually her third opportunity to both attend and present at a DRJ conference. Sara is the Vice President of Global Intelligence for Alert Media, a global emergency communication and threat intelligence provider, serving more than 3,000 customers in 130 countries. As the head of Alert Media's global intelligence organization, Sara's primary responsibility is directing its team's in-house intelligence analysts to identify and inform customers of global and local threats occurring near their people, locations, assets, and suppliers, curating and verifying information from thousands of sources. Before Alert Media, Sara spent nearly 15 years as a journalist working for multiple local and national media outlets, including 10 years at CNN, where she led national news coverage of numerous mass shootings, historic natural disasters, large-scale events, and more. Please welcome Sara on the topic of signal to noise, navigating an increasing volume of global threats.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming to this morning's session. Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate the warm introduction. And huge thanks before we get started to everybody at DRJ. I know we're all happy to be back here in person. I know there's still a number of people who are joining from home as well, but just really good to be back in person and always to have these great conversations. I really appreciate that DRJ continues to put on these shows twice a year for us. There's so much good content, so many good things for us to take back to our teams and organizations. So happy to be a part of it. We will go ahead. I know Vanessa did a great introduction. I'll just say a little bit more about myself before we jump in. As Vanessa mentioned, I lead up the global intelligence team at Alert Media. I oversee the intelligence function, but we as a company support a number of different companies around the globe in different situational awareness and emergency communications. So what we're talking about today is very near and dear to me and my team, and also to my past. When we think about threat intelligence and the space that it plays in emergency preparedness, there's a direct connectivity there, especially as we look at a lot of the data that we'll look at today. Just a little bit about my history. I know Vanessa mentioned I spent a lot of time as a journalist. I actually made an interesting pivot in my career that I'll talk about in a second. But I spent a lot of time at CNN in leadership, overseeing national news coverage, operations, logistics, and editorial over a number of different events. Vanessa mentioned mass shootings, everything from the Aurora Theater shooting more than a decade ago at this point, Pulse nightclub shooting, Las Vegas massacre. It's really sad that I can rifle all of these off, but I'm sure you guys recognize these. Numerous natural disasters as well, too many probably to count. And unfortunately today we'll look at some data against that as well. But just a really interesting career path for me, and this is why this stuff is so near and dear to me. I've spent the entirety of my career focusing on these sorts of events and how they impact different people around the globe, whether it's businesses, communities, employees, or anybody else around the globe. Lots of different things that we can take away from a lot of these incidents and coverage. All right. As we think about a lot of the stuff that I've mentioned so far, these different incidences, I'm sure these are near and dear to all of you as well. I can almost guarantee that everybody in this room has probably been through some sort of situation with your company, with your team, previous companies, previous teams, probably in your personal lives as well, right? Natural disasters, mass shootings, and the like, so many different things happening around the globe. But again, from the business perspective, I think these are the things that really shape all of us, right? These are the things that shape our opinions on the way we need to move forward, on our preparation, our preparedness, how we support our organizations and our companies through a lot of these difficult times. I know when I talk to different groups, when I'm networking or talking at different conferences, a lot of people will ask me about that pivot that I made in my career and think that it's a very distinct one, and it was. But one of the things that I always remind myself and talk to people about is that even going from journalism and all the work that I did at CNN and previous and local news, I was still focusing on all these sorts of events. And from going from the newsroom to a command center and global security operations team, in both situations, it's very similar. It's about finding information, asking questions about that information, understanding how it impacts the world and the people around us, and then communicating that information to different audiences, albeit very different audiences when you think about my career path. But again, just getting to the point, this information, the data we'll present today, and some of the stuff that we'll talk about is very near and dear to me. I'm super passionate about it. If anybody wants to talk about these things further afterwards, I'm always game for that as well. All right. I'll run through the agenda really quickly just so you guys have a little bit of an idea of what you've gotten yourselves into this morning with me. First, we're going to hit on doom and gloom, right? We're here to talk about the facts, the data, and where things are leading us in the world around us. So we'll get into some of the data and trend lines about the things that are happening around our global community. We'll also take a look at some of the business risks, just as important for us to understand some of the ways that things are going in the world around us from a business perspective. We'll also take a look at a situational awareness framework that we've worked up to remind us of the different steps in our processes and to help us as we evolve and the world around us evolves. And then we'll finish up with some best practices, some key takeaways, and wrap up there. All right, let's go ahead and get going. All right, the 2022 threat landscape. For those of you who tuned into DRJ last year in the fall remotely, I gave a session on this last year. So this is a bit of an update on the information and data that we presented last year. The world continues to evolve, so some new data to present, some new trend lines. As we get into this, I mentioned doom and gloom earlier, right? We all know that the work that we do in business continuity, security, operations, basically all the roles that you support and that I support, there are negative activities and disruptions, right? None of this is really fluffy and pretty, but this is the reality that we all face, and that's why we're here, right? To learn about the data, to learn about the evolution of these events, and to help support the world that we are in. So again, we're gonna present a lot of data. I'll mention that CVent, DRJ's already uploaded this presentation, so you don't have to furiously take notes, it's all there. We've got a lot of great resources throughout the presentation. All right, I thought the best place to start when we talk about the data in the world around us is with weather. As I talk to different customers, prospects, folks in my networking circles, one of the things that we continue to say is weather, no matter where you are, what company you're in, what industry you're in, where your people are, where your businesses are located, supply chain, all of it. It doesn't matter where you are, we're all impacted at this point. There's no corner of the world that any one of us can escape to where we're going to be, not subjected to a lot of this weather events. So we're gonna take a look here at some great data from Munich Reinsurance. They put out a few different reports every year. They focus very specifically on loss of life as well as loss of property and the financial costs of those things as well. So the financial costs of natural disasters around the globe as well as life. And as you look at this slide, there's a lot of information. I'm just gonna pick apart a few things. You can always dive into this later with your teams or organizations. 2017, big red brick right there. I'll note 2017 was a bit of a statistical anomaly. I talk to our meteorologists in-house all the time. 2017 was a big worldwide, natural catastrophic year, unfortunately. If you just pick apart one thing, the hurricane season in the Atlantic Basin, we had Hurricane Harvey, massive destruction across the Texas coast. You guys will probably remember it sat over Houston, lots of rainfall. We had Irma that skirted up the Florida coastline and up into the Northeast with impacts. And then only a few days later, we had Maria hit Puerto Rico. $300 billion worth of storm damage that year. All three of those storms are actually retired names, by the way, too, because of the devastation that they caused. But if we look at these other trend lines that are represented here and throw 2017 aside, you can see very clearly, right? The trend lines are going up over the last few years. This is 5 years of data. We'll look at some more later. But it's important to note this is the direction that natural disasters are going in the world around us. So a really important space for us to take note of and understand that data and how it potentially impacts the worlds that we all work in, the areas that we have people around the globe as well. And just to mention again, 2017, I don't want to dwell, but it is that big red brick. It is kind of ironic. Just because it was a statistical anomaly doesn't mean it can't happen again, right? These are obviously representative things of the past, and it can be representative of the future. But trend lines, of course, going in a direction that it's concerning, right? But there's things that we can do to prepare. Again, this is from Munich Reinsurance. This is some really good information, and obviously this looks at the global scale. I think it's always helpful to take a look at snapshots in time, right? So this is a snapshot in time, 2021, obviously fresh in our memories, this is last year. I think one of the big things that this represents for us here is that notion that I mentioned before we jumped into the last slide, right? It doesn't matter where you are around the globe. There's so many dots representing so much different activity here. We're all susceptible to these different disasters. I mean, it's really across the screen. If you look on the left-hand side, right, we've got Hurricane Ida from last year. We'll talk about that in a little while too, because Ida's got some really important takeaways for us to remember when it comes to hurricanes and some of the different things that can transpire during hurricanes that impact the United States in particular. We've got the flooding that happened in Europe last year, $50 billion in damage across Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium. So a lot of, unfortunate incidents happening even in Europe. That one just comes to mind. And then as we move across to Asia Pacific, lots of dots represented here as well, but we can talk about the Henan flooding that happened in China, the major earthquakes that happened in Fukushima, countless typhoon activity, cyclones. So a lot of different stuff impacting that region as well. I believe there's $25 billion of damage. So lots of big numbers, lots of big disasters. Again, these trend lines just continue to tick up. And also important, I think, that we look at this year, right? We're living in it right now. This is actually 6 months of data, so this runs us through June of this year. It's less littered, which is a good thing, right? Unfortunately, by the end of this year, it'll probably look like 2021, but we've already had a lot of devastation. We can all remember the tornadoes that happened across the southeast of the United States earlier this year, the Amazon facility that was damaged, the candle factory, right? These things are all major headlines that we think of when we think about the tornado damage. And March, unfortunately, was a record season, and as we look at the first 6 months of this year with tornado activity in the United States, we're about 15 to 20% higher with activity than in the decade previous. So a lot of stuff happening here. Again, Europe's dealing with a trifecta. They've had droughts, they've had flooding, they've had massive wildfires. We'll talk about that in a bit. And then even the Middle East, Afghanistan, we had a major earthquake there just a few months ago. 700 people confirmed dead, and actually some folks saying it could be upwards of 1,000 based on the lack of ability to really get a true kind of statistical count there. So again, a really good snapshot of what we're looking at right now, just to kind of paint a picture for everybody where we are at the global scale when it comes to natural disasters. Recognizing that most people here, of course, live in the United States, most of our businesses are based here. So the United States is obviously particularly of interest to all of our audiences. When we think about the United States, there's kind of a positive and a negative as we look at the headline on this slide. Unfortunately, in the US, we get a pretty substantial percentage of the natural disasters that occur globally. That's not fun, great. But we've also got a positive here. On the positive side, in the United States, we get less of a percentage of fatalities against these different natural disasters. Part of that's infrastructure, part of that may be the work that we're all doing for the companies that we work for, but at least a positive silver lining, we look at this information and data. We've got several decades that are represented here, and again, this data will all be available for everybody to pick apart. I'm just going to note a few things that are obvious to me and that I think are important to note here. Obviously, trend lines are going up, right? We keep talking about this. Unfortunately, there's not much I'll talk about today where trend lines are going down. But trend lines are going up when we look at the cost of these storms and the magnitude of these storms and natural disasters that we're facing. The thing that I think is important to look at here is on the far side, you're going to see a few years, right? We've got the 2020s. So we've only got a few years under our belt with the 2020s. The rest of this is full decades. When we look at the 2020s, just these 2 years, we've already eclipsed the 1980s. And we've almost eclipsed the 1990s. So if nothing paints a picture for you about the way that the world is going when it comes to natural disasters, hopefully this does. It's really quite concerning when you look at these numbers in just a few years, what we've done since the 1980s. All right, hurricane season. Maybe this is my silver lining, actually. I talked to our senior meteorologist this morning. I asked him about the hurricane season. I said, I'm going into this presentation. What do you think? Tell me something I don't know already, because it's been kind of weird. And he gave me a very scientific term. He told me that this year looks like a bore fest. I was like, okay, well, what do I do with that? Again, this is more of a silver lining here. We haven't seen much activity this hurricane season. September 10th is traditionally the peak, so we're a few days past the peak. Last week, we started to see a lot of activity in the Atlantic Basin and over towards Africa, where a lot of these storms start their activity. Fortunately, all those storms ended up being fish storms. They all kind of took a jagged kind of right-hand curve away from the United States. We saw some rip currents in the Northeast, but really other than that, we haven't seen any true impacts from these storms. We've had 5 total named storms so far, and really not much activity otherwise. Just kind of looking this morning, there really isn't much out there. The waters are pretty warm in the Atlantic and off of Africa, so there's definitely, the right conditions, but there's also the Saharan dust, that's causing a lot of the infrequency as well. So we'll see what the rest of the season presents for us. I don't want to say that it's going to be another statistical anomaly and that we're not going to see much activity. It really only takes one storm, right, to devastate an entire season and to devastate an entire part of our country. But the way that we're looking at things right now, we could have a less destructive season than we've seen in the past, and that would obviously be good news for us. All right, I mentioned Ida before. Hurricane Ida was a big one last year. For those of you who don't remember, and just a reminder for those of you who do, It came at us through the Gulf Coast, it made landfall around Louisiana, and then it skirted up into the Northeast United States, Midwest and Northeast, to be honest. And when we think about hurricanes, most people think about that, right? We think about the landfall, we think about the devastation to coastal communities, generally in the Gulf Coast and the Atlantic coast, right? We don't necessarily always think beyond that, and those are actually the areas that are most concerning right now. So when we think about the warm waters of the Atlantic and off of Africa, the storms are getting stronger. When they're making landfall, they're able to contain themselves into a longer duration storm. So they're having greater impacts inland. So as we're thinking about hurricanes, and as you guys are preparing your teams and your companies for hurricane season, it's important to think beyond the coastlines. This data and this information here is actually just pointing at the rainfall. So the water that's coming down from the skies during these tropical active storms, whether they're tropical storms or hurricanes, you can obviously see along the coastlines of the Gulf Coast and the Atlantic, we're seeing pretty high numbers, right? That's typical. But as you get up into the Midwest and the Northeast, it's pretty well represented. Ida alone dropped 7 to 10 inches in some areas of the Midwest and the Northeast. There were around 50 deaths from flooding in the Northeast alone, which was far more than we saw on the Gulf Coast when the storm came in. So just a lot there. And then also as you look, the West Coast, they're not exempt from this as well. We had Tropical Storm Hurricane K that happened last weekend. There's definitely impacts that happen to the southern part of the West Coast as well to keep in mind. And then one other thing I want to mention about Ida, it's not necessarily an anomaly, but it's not necessarily something that we think about when we think about hurricanes. Hurricanes can spawn tornadoes. And in the case of Ida, because it had so much traction over land and it was so strong as it made its way up through the Midwest and the Northeast, there were nearly 36 tornadoes that actually hit from Mississippi all the way up to Massachusetts. My in-laws live in New Jersey. They've never had this problem before. They had so many different tornado watches and warnings, they didn't even know what to do with themselves. This was definitely a historic time for the Northeast when it came to tornadoes and the damage that was spawned from this hurricane when it comes to tornadoes. All right, I'm moving away from hurricanes, I'm moving away from weather, and we can go into wildfires. I think this is an important one for us to take into consideration as well. This is a global thing too. We're gonna focus more on data for the United States, but when we talk about wildfires, we're not looking at just the United States. The entire globe is suffering from wildfire activity. Europe in particular, Australia has the bushfire season as well. The devastation has been pretty awful over the past several years. When we look at the United States, we're looking at data from the National Interagency Fire Committee right here, NIFC. Many of you guys are probably familiar with them. They've been collecting data on fires in the United States since the 1980s, so there's a lot for us to work with, which is good. Some positive news here as we look at this. You'll see over the last several years, actually, the trend line for fires, the number at least, is going down. So that's a good thing. The other trend line that you're seeing there in the gray is the acreage that's associated with these fires. So even though the number of fires in the US is going down, again positive, the acreage associated, i.e. the size of these fires, is increasing. So that's obviously not a positive impact that we're seeing here. These fires are just getting bigger and more destructive. Part of the stuff that we talk about with our climate and meteorology team deals with the climate. Obviously that's a big factor when we talk about the wildfires that are happening in the United States. One of the other factors that's important to note is human-driven though. Humans obviously can cause fires. Many of the wildfires are human-driven and human-caused. But part of this as well is a factor in where people in the United States are moving, right? A lot of us during the pandemic moved out of major cities and major urban areas into more rural areas, right? More economically tenable to live in different areas, also created new opportunities for us to move to different locations. The University of Wisconsin-Madison actually put out data last week. I love that they put it out last week because it reinforces this point, but showing a lot of data and a lot of information about how people are moving to more wildfire-prone areas. So they may not necessarily be causing the fires, sometimes they are, but it's causing more devastation. More people that live in these areas just mean that we have more people that are going to be impacted, and less just, wildlands that are impacted by these fires as well. All right. I actually toyed with the idea of not talking about gun violence in the United States. I was convinced otherwise. I wouldn't mind if there was a collective sigh across the entirety of the room because it's a crappy one, right? But it's a reality for us. I think we all live and breathe this every day. It sucks. Mass shootings, active shooters. The numbers are devastating. Back in 2021, we had I think around 700 mass shootings. The year previous, around 600. So again, these numbers are going up. I think for us, it's actually more important to talk about where these shootings are happening. And if we look at the FBI data on active shooter situations from last year, more than half of those were happening in commercial places. So businesses, whether businesses that, you know, random foot traffic has access to or doesn't, right? Private facilities that you got a badge in and out of, as well as malls, you know, strip malls and stuff are included in that as well. But the fact that half of these incidents are still happening at places of work and places of business is obviously concerning to a group and an audience like us, right? I know a lot of our employees are working at home, so there's a positive impact that that can have here, but we'll share an example later too about how it doesn't mean that remote employees or anywhere workers are exempt from being near some of these incidents that happen at places of work or even in public spaces as well. So again, I won't dwell too much here, but it is important to recognize and unfortunately just understand the reality of what this means for our businesses and our workers. Okay, heavy data behind us. We are going to look at some more data. That was more of the devastating doom and gloom data. We'll transition right now to more of the business impacts and some of the business risks that we're seeing. I'll share some data here as well. Again, this is all available to you guys in my presentation. DRJ's got it uploaded. But as we look at this data, we're going to start pretty high level. This is Alliance data. It's from the Risk Barometer. If you're not familiar, I would definitely take a look at this every year. It gives us a good picture of the next 12 plus months in what we should be expecting and most fearful of, unfortunately, when it comes to business risks. A lot of data here. I'm just going to point out a few things that I think are recognizable or at least notable. Cyber up at the top, including ransomware. Not super surprising, but definitely concerning. It's certainly an area where we're seeing an uptick. There's a lot of folks here that play in this space and that work in this space, so ever important that we're protecting our businesses on that front. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a few minutes. Natural disasters, not super surprising when you see the data that we just shared, and obviously we see a lot of the headlines happening globally. People are obviously concerned there as the numbers and the risks are growing in that area. Employee safety things, fires, obviously that's going up as well. Weather concerns, which they break out a little bit differently in the Alliance data. Excuse me. And then one other thing I want to note, just because it is trending up and because I do think it hits at a lot of stuff that we're seeing, just as we look at our own businesses, is this shortage of skilled workers. So we hear about the Great Resignation. There's a lot of people that are moving on. There's a lot of talent wars that are happening, and that obviously has a huge business impact. And I think that we think about it very isolated within our teams when you lose people and you have to replace them. But when you think about entire organizations, this puts us in a very, very risky position in a lot of different areas when we're losing employees and we can't necessarily find the workers with the right skills to replace them. Okay, breaking this down a little bit further. Let me see, is my clicker working? It's not loving me. There we go. If we talk about cyber, includes ransomware. We've got some good information here that's coming from CrowdStrike. They too produce a lot of good information every year, which is really helpful for us to pick apart and continue to look at. If you look at all the industries that are represented, and I'm sorry, these are really small, so it's probably very difficult to see, but on the bottom rail of this, there's a bunch of different industries that are represented. Few important things to point out. When you look at the year over year for all of these industries that are represented, it's going up, right? Trend lines continuing to go up with the exposure here and what people are experiencing. The other thing that I'll note that's interesting to me is that some of the common areas where we're used to seeing cyber and ransomware, manufacturing, industrial technology, those are the bigger bars that you're seeing on the left-hand side. So recognizable, you know, it doesn't really stand out too much because we expect these things in the world that we live in. But some of the other areas that are going up, like legal and professional services, right? Areas that we wouldn't see so much in the past or maybe wouldn't recognize so much in the past. Again, all of this information is pointing to it doesn't matter what industry you're in. We're seeing that uptick year over year of this, these incidents happening. Business disruptions, there's a lot of stuff that falls into business disruptions, and you can see that on the right-hand side. What we've got represented here on the left-hand side is actually from a survey of CIOs and their thoughts on the most severe and critical of incidents. Those are going up ever so slightly as well over the past 2 years. Not tremendous trend line increase there, but enough. There's a lot more activity there. I think the most concerning thing is actually the financial costs associated with these incidents. The most critical incidents are actually costing companies almost $5 million. So that's just a huge price tag when it comes to protecting yourselves against these different situations. On the left-hand side, the causes of these sorts of business disruptions that fall into outages, the major one that's on top is power, right? Natural disasters cause the power, right, to go out, so that's a big driver there. When we talk about power as well, there's also infrastructure. If we think just about the United States, if we think just about the past few weeks, and think about the heat that was devastating the West Coast, we had a lot of infrastructure impacts. We had a lot of folks across California, up into Oregon, being asked to conserve energy, right? So there's a lot of impacts when it comes to the power grid and a lot of exposure there and a lot of concern there as well. And when we think about power, I just wanted to pull up this data really quickly as well. When we think about power, the other direction that outages are going is that they're longer duration. So if we look at the past 8 years, the data is showing us that these these power outages are actually lasting longer, which is money, right? For all of us, that's business disruption. When we can't work or we have to shut down our facilities, that's going to cost us money. It's really the bottom line, right? All right. We could spend all day talking about all the other business disruptions that fall into different categories. This is only a handful more, to be quite honest. I'll just hit on a few. Fuel supply, obviously that one resonates right now with what's happening overseas, right? The Russian attack on Ukraine and the way that Russia is dealing with this when it comes to Europe in particular, right? We're seeing a crunch on the global supply chain when it comes to gas and oil. We're seeing the energy crisis. So this is a business impact, right? We're seeing that directly related to businesses and the availability of fuel as well as the costs. It's also the energy impacts and what we're seeing on homeowners, right? We're seeing European prices go up significantly. We're seeing a lot of warnings when we go into the winter months about how much it's going to cost people, not only to heat businesses, but to heat homes. And one of the other things that we're seeing as a result of this is activism. People are upset, right? Their governments can't help them. They want more support. They can't afford what they're looking at for the winter months. So not only are we seeing the supply issues here, but we're also seeing activism and obviously the outright nature of people being upset over this. A few other things to note, employee turnover, we touched on this a little bit with that Alliance data. I just want to mention here when we think about employee turnover and the costs associated with that, data shows us it's about 6 to 9 months of somebody's salary when they leave us that we're going to have to incur to replace them, right? It's finding somebody, it's recruiting somebody, it's upskilling them, making sure that they're ready to go, and then them actually being that whole contributor again. So another thing just to kind of mention. And then supply chain, right? We talk about supply chain in a few different areas. We've talked about it with the war in Ukraine just a minute ago. You can think about it when you think about natural disasters and weather as well. You can think about it with the droughts. The Rhine over in Europe, major river, major transportation, huge supply chain. It's going down. There's a lot of challenges with people being able to move supply chain in that area now. So different things that we're expecting to continue to see in the future as the climate changes. All right, bringing this all together before we transition on, I think, when we look at the data from the first section of this, when we talk about the devastation and the amount of money that different natural disasters are costing and just kind of the versatility of these things, and then we think about the business trends and impacts, right? There's clearly more happening. There's a bigger volume, a higher severity, so we can all agree on that, I'm sure. One of the big impacts that's having is on all of us, right? Our jobs are more difficult, there's more things to manage, there's not enough time in the day, there's too many things, right? There's just an uptick in all of this. Then there's also the results that it's having on the employees of our businesses, whether it's the employees that are on our teams that are on the front lines of a lot of these disasters, or just the general employee across the company. And I wanted to share on this because I've heard a few people at the conference this week talk about duty of care, which we're hearing more from people, whether they're in our ecosystem at Alert Media or otherwise, which is great. It actually it warms my heart to hear people talk about duty of care because employees want that. When we think about the way that employees respond to information, there's data out there that shows us that employees trust their employers more than they trust things like the government and the media. So a lot of responsibility when it comes to the information that they're getting from us, not only relevant to the business, but relevant to the world around us and what's happening in the world that they're experiencing and impacting. We're also thinking about this from an employee safety standpoint, right? So when we think about this, Alert Media actually did a survey earlier this year of about 2,000 full-time workers in the United States, so American workers, and 73% of those workers in the study said that their employee safety was of the utmost importance to them, so critical to them in the job that they were doing. Again, big expectation there. Those 73%, it was extremely important to them. They also said that 52%, so 52% of these people said that they didn't believe, or that they believe that their company believes it's as important. So there's about a 20% discrepancy there, right? So obviously that's something that we need to address and shore up when we talk about employee safety, duty of care, and what the expectations are, right? This also dovetails into the Great Resignation and keeping workers within our ecosystem, right? These are expectations that they have and ways for us to continue to keep our employees. Okay, transitioning beyond all of the data. Thanks for bearing with me through that, just giving myself a time check, 30 minutes looks good. So when we think about everything that's changing around us, whether we take into consideration all the data that I've shared, or we just take into consideration the fact that everything around us is constantly evolving and changing, we live in a very rapid-paced world. There are always ways that we should be evolving our processes, always ways that we should be rethinking the work that we're doing. I'm going to present what I think is a pretty simple framework to everyone today, just to kind of look through and to continue to look through. It's 8 simple steps, so we'll go through that in just a second here. But before we jump in, I just want to recognize too, I think everybody in the room appreciates, most people come from different businesses, different industries. We've got different size groups, we've got different numbers of employees, we're based in different regions of the globe, but there are some common threads. When we talk to our customers and when I talk to folks in my network, lots of people in this room too, when we talk to people, there are some very common threads that we're seeing with the challenges that we're facing today that run throughout all industries and all size organizations. The first one is what we hit on in the first 30 minutes. The number of incidents is getting higher, the volume, the severity, and it's harder to identify and manage all of these things. There's also the remote and the anywhere workers, right? This has popped up a lot in recent years, and one of the things that we hear consistently is, what do I owe to these people? Where do I draw the line when it comes to business continuity and employee safety? I know very clearly that if I have a fire at one of my facilities, that I need to protect the people at that facility and around that facility. Super clear. If I've got a hurricane barreling towards the Gulf Coast and I'm based in Oregon and I've got a handful of remote or anywhere workers that are working from there right now, what are my responsibilities to them? Definitely questions that are being asked that a lot of companies are trying to manage at this point, no matter who they are. And then the last one, obviously, money, budgets, everything is on a crunch right now, right? The do more with less mentality. We all want more people, we all want bigger budgets, we're all struggling with this. And this doesn't necessarily always stem from the economy, although there are challenges right now. It's generally just the way of business, right? So another common thread that we all share. All right, we're gonna go through this framework pretty quickly, 8 different steps. What I would recommend as we go through this, some of you will look at this and be like, yeah, I'm doing this, I got this. So as you think about this framework, think about different areas that you're doing and different things that you're performing in different ways that you probably need to evolve based on some of the factors that we've talked about today, maybe some of the things that are happening in the future. And for some of you, I think you'll identify gaps in different areas where you're like, yeah, I kind of feel like I'm doing that, but maybe I'm not. So just encouraging people as we go through, think about the work that you're doing, think about some of the initiatives, think about the evolving nature of your company, your workforce, the different areas that we've talked about today with the trend lines going up, and think about ways that we can positively impact those trend lines. Another thing I'll do is I'll weave a few different stories through here. I'm still a journalist at heart. I think stories are really helpful, in particular when we talk about different things. So I'll give a few different examples as we go through as well. All right, let's talk about step 1, monitoring risk. Obviously a great place to start. It's pretty obvious. It's also really difficult. We hear from a lot of our customers, it's a really hard world out there. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of things happening. It can be really hard to really cull together all of that information to make it in a way that we can understand it, right? And have impacts against that information. Businesses that are really doing this or doing this successfully are either aligning the right people with the right expertise and or the right products that are helping to support them there, sometimes a combination of the two. And then step 2, when we think about taking it just one step further, we've got a lot of information. It's actually being able to detect the threats that are happening in the world around us within those subsets of information. So these really go hand in hand, right? You've got a bunch of information, you're able to sort and filter and understand what impacts your organization, because not everything does, and that's a positive thing at the very least. So I'll go ahead and talk about one of the organizations that we work with and some positive ways that they've been able to think about detection and monitoring. Paradise Valley Estates, they're a retirement community. They're based in California. They're based in Northern California. I guess it really doesn't matter what part of California you're in at this point. Wildfires are obviously a predominant concern across the entirety of the year, and they're susceptible to this as well. Unfortunately, a few years ago, they had a fire that came dangerously close to their facility. They weren't monitoring for it. They thankfully knew about it before it was coming upon them. They didn't really have any processes in place, though, to monitor or detect. They actually had to go door to door with their elderly residents and implement phone trees to try and get everybody evacuated and everybody out to safety. On a positive note, they didn't have any impacts. They didn't have any loss of life as it related to this fire. That's a good thing. But it also, another positive impact is it made them think about how this could potentially not happen to them in the future. What actions could they take to positively impact the trends that they were seeing around them? So they implemented a system by which they could monitor and detect things that were happening around them. Unfortunately, they had another fire the next year, the next season. They were in a much better place. They felt very good about the fact that they knew that the fire was coming much more well in advance than they did the year prior. And they were able to not necessarily take their time, but instruct things differently. They were able to get in touch with all of their residents. Their residents knew how they were going to be gotten in touch with. They knew the plan. They were able to really implement and instruct this monitoring and detecting, and they were able to keep people safe. Again, they were the year previously, but in this situation, they felt a lot better about it. They didn't have to go through as many stresses and trials and tribulations as they were getting people to safety. And this is how they're doing things these days, and that's great, right? Positive impacts. All right, that gets us to verification of threats. This can be hard. There's a lot of information out there. Amidst all of that information is a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of disinformation. There's a lot of irrelevant information. And it's really being able to sift through all the information that you and your teams and your organizations are seeing to identify what could potentially impact you and to make sure that it's real and accurate and that you should take action on it. This is also part of the credibility of our teams, right? If we're sending out things that are misinformation to our organization, our credibility can fall apart. My team and I talk about credibility and accuracy of information all the time. To me, it's the most important thing. Speed is really important too, speed of information, but accuracy and credibility of information is even more important. All right, and the last step before we actually start taking impact is to assess. So we know there's a lot of stuff going on around us. We're assessing the volume, we're looking at all the different incidents that are happening, and now we want to understand, like, yes, we've got things happening, but who the heck in my ecosystem is this actually impacting, right? Do I need to take action against this? Who do I need to talk to? Who do I need to tell to evacuate? Who do I need to get messages to or information to? So a lot happening on this end, and obviously there needs to be an understanding within our ecosystems as to how these threats are impacting our different employees, our different business sites, even our different partners or supply chains. And speaking of supply chains, I'll go into another case study. Crate & Barrel, big retail partner of ours. They have a lot of different global operations. They have specific operations in the United States and Canada. They actually do a lot of supply chain between the United States and Canada, specifically when it comes to trucking. So a lot of things coming over the Canadian border into the United States. Because they were watching the world around them and looking at the things that were happening, monitoring for and detecting different things that could have impacted their business and specific to their locations of interest. They were specifically paying attention to the trucker convoys that were happening across Canada several months ago. They knew these were having impacts across Canada, but it was very clear to them that they needed to be watching the border for any other impacts. They were very quick to be able to identify an incident where one of the border crossings that they use quite frequently for many of their trucks and their supply chains was shut down by a convoy that decided to just stop at the border. Because they were implementing a lot of these different tasks and they were following through with a lot of these different functions in this process, they were able to understand very quickly that their border crossing that they wanted their trucks to be going across wasn't going to really work out for them. They were able to divert their trucks just 20 minutes down the road to a border crossing that they just didn't use as much. It wasn't as convenient, but they were able to save time. They were clearly able to save money by implementing this and by just simply understanding who in their ecosystem, their supply chain, could be impacted by the events that were going on around them. All right, time to start taking action. When we think about executing our response, right, this is just as much about business continuity as it is about employee safety. I know that everybody in this room has probably spent a lot of time on business continuity plans, resiliency plans, so we won't spend much time here, but I do want to just reinforce as we think about our planning, it's just as much about our people as it is about the businesses that we're trying to keep up and running. So as we think about that combination of business risk, keeping business up and running, and also keeping our employees safe, I wanted to talk about Warby Parker, and I'm actually going to reflect back a few years. We had an incident that happened in Nashville on Christmas morning. I can imagine most people maybe remember this. There was a big explosion downtown. It was very unclear at that moment what the heck was going on there. It was pretty elusive, but it was pretty clear that this was a serious situation. Warby Parker, they have threat detection. They've got a great GSOC. They were watching the world around them, even on Christmas Day. And they were able to understand very quickly that one of their retail stores was just down the street from this location. It was shut. It was Christmas Day, right? But it's still the holiday season. They probably got the store opening the next day. They got to figure out what they're doing. But they also recognized not only did they have the store in the vicinity, but of course they had a number of employees that lived in that area that reported to that location all the time. They were able to also influence and help their employees understand the situation that was happening, even though they didn't have a tremendous amount of information. To touch base with them, help them understand that there was an explosion, that they didn't necessarily know what the impacts to the office were, but they wanted to obviously make sure they were connecting with their people. So business continuity and employee safety, all kind of in one area, really woven together for them and for a lot of other organizations. I'm sure this resonates with a lot of people in this room as well. All right. Initiating recovery plans. In my mind, this is just about, or just as much about, keeping business up and running. So getting back to critical business functions, being up and running, getting us back to a place where business is running smoothly. It's just as much about that as it is helping the organization understand that things are being taken care of. Really transitioning to that sentiment of trust and understanding and comfort level, that there are people in the organization that are taking care, that are responding, that are going to get us back to that operating state that we need to be in some situations that we're safe. Recovery time objectives, RPOs, super important in this process as well. But again, a lot of this is on the sentiment with the employees and leadership too. I'm sure a lot of you can reflect on that. There's a lot that people want in these situations. Sometimes we hear from different people that we work with that in these situations, there's people constantly asking questions, who's in charge, what's happening, where can I get the latest information? There's a lot that we can do to continue to positively impact, and I think a lot of the people in this room are probably doing that already. So just a good positive reinforcement on that as well. All right, step 7. So as we talk through all of this, there's a lot of communication that we're probably doing through these steps, communicating to stakeholders, communicating to leaders, communicating to people that might oversee different regions and areas of impact. And that communication is only good when we can receive information back. I hear from people all the time that will send out information but don't necessarily understand what's coming back at them, or maybe don't even have a way to get information back. So that two-way communication component. Being able to reach out to somebody that's a regional leader, reach out to a number of employees and employee safety checks, or understand what the impacts are locally on the ground because you're in another location, state, country, region, and you can't really tell from afar. So really, really, really important that we take into consideration that we've got to have that two-way communication, not only with the business part that's impacted, potentially with employees as well, so that we as an organization can understand how to get things back up and running if necessary, and or how to support our employees who might be in dangerous situations. Final case study. We'll talk about Uplight. I've talked about this in some different venues, so for some of you this story may be familiar, but I just think it's important to reflect on this. Uplight is a sustainable energy company. They're based in Boulder, Colorado. They've got hundreds of employees, number of people that work from home. And recently, actually earlier last year, there was a mass shooting that happened at a supermarket there. It's called King Soopers. Unfortunately, there was a mass shooting there. Several people were injured, several people were killed. Uplight was able to very quickly understand that there was a shooting. They were able to quickly identify that it wasn't near their facilities, but they were also able to quickly identify that one of their employees lived and worked across the street. They were able to very quickly communicate with that employee, right, sharing of information. They were the first ones to tell the employee, even though it was right across the street, that this was happening. She was able to also respond very quickly, identify for them that like, hey, I'm safe, but thank you. Apparently she goes over to the store very frequently on lunch to get lunch or to grocery shop. So she was able to also identify that she was safe, that she was not going to plan on going there any longer. She was also able to lock down, right, shelter in place at that time, and then she had that open communication with the company. They were kind of their source of truth at that point for her, so that she knew when things were safe and she could go about her business and resume normal activities. All right, step 8, wrapping us up, conducting postmortems. I think this step is just as important as every other step, but I also think it's the long forgotten step. I think we all have the best intentions. Emergency happens, we go into effect with all the things that we've talked about in every other step. We go through the successful implementation of our recovery plans and business continuity. And I think we have the best intentions that we'll look back on these situations and try and learn from areas that we maybe had challenges or successes, but it falls flat, right? We move on to the next project, the next emergency. So a lot of times I think we just move on very quickly, when in fact, these are the situations by which we can learn probably the most from the ways that we and our teams and our organizations respond to different risks. Sometimes it's looking back on these situations and understanding that, hey, we did pretty well. What can we do in the future to have these same impacts? What can we change about the plans for the future, for the company, for our employees, and how we respond to risks that could replicate the ways that we've had successes? And then obviously there's the challenges and the gaps, right? There may be things that we always identify that we could have done better. So it's only gonna make us stronger as an organization, as a group, as our teams to look back on these things, even if it's a quick conversation, even if it's a 1-hour conversation or something over dinner or drinks just to celebrate getting past, right? It's really important to take note of what happened in the past and how we can have that positively impact our futures within our organizations. Okay. I hope that was incredibly helpful to look at that. Again, I think as we look at the 8-step process, I hope that a lot of you were like, yeah, you know, I'm doing a lot of these things, but maybe there's some areas that I could be stronger. Maybe as I consider some of the data that we just looked at, there's areas that I need to, you know, identify ways that we could do this differently. And maybe there's some really, you know, strong ways that we can address some different gaps that we have in the process. What we'll do now, as promised, is just take a look at some best practices, just kind of wrap things up. As I think about different areas that we've talked about today, and I think about a lot of the different things that we do at these conferences or in different learnings, I think one of the most important things is to ask questions, right? It's easy to ask questions of ourselves today, to identify different things that we can be doing, to spark different ideas for ourselves, to bring different things back to our teams, right? People who weren't able to come to the conference, people who weren't able to tune in, maybe to different stakeholders or leaders who don't necessarily pay attention to this space as much. So to be able to ask different questions, and not just today and not just in the near future, these are things that we should consistently be asking ourselves, right, on a constant basis as the world changes, as everything continues to evolve around us. One of the things that I do, I think about things in buckets. My team actually makes fun of me for this. I talk about buckets all the time. When I talk about threat intelligence and when I think about situational awareness, there's 3 different areas that need to work really well together in order to be successful. That's our people, right? Having the right people in the right places to do the important work with the right expertise. Having the right technology to support those people, whether that's internally built organic technology, whether it's going to great vendors and understanding how they can help support you in the work that you're doing, and then there's the processes. So when we look at the different things that we can or should be doing and ask different questions of the areas that we need to continue to challenge ourselves or grow or fill gaps, these are really kind of the natural areas that we need to continue to look at. I'm going to just mention there's a lot of questions here. This presentation is on CVent, so I encourage people to look at this after. I'm just gonna hit on a few things here and there just to, you know, provoke different thoughts and different ideas from us that are based on today, because I think one of the most important things that we can all do as a group is take a look back at the last year, maybe 2 years, and think about the risks that our organizations have been facing and the risks that we're most focused on, and evaluate whether or not those are changing and pivot to whatever we need to be focusing on. When I think about, you know, just the past few years, it's hard not to mention the pandemic. We've also, you know, we've all probably spent a lot of time and energy with business continuity and security plans around the pandemic. As we continue to gravitate towards more of a normal state, maybe there are areas that we can release ourselves from there. I know a lot of companies are releasing themselves from doing some of these check-ins every morning with COVID health and things like that. Maybe there's areas based on the pandemic or otherwise, that we can transition some of our focus and some of our ideas and some of our energy that our team is working on. Different areas when it comes to maybe some of the trend lines that we were talking about earlier. Maybe you've got employees that are moving to different regions that are susceptible to different weather events. Maybe it's time to start dedicating some time and energy to those. So I just highly suggest that people continue to evaluate the risks that are most important to your business and to your people. When we think about tools and processes, there's so much that we can continue to do here. Just strong encouragement, you know, keep evaluating the things that you're doing, whether it's internal tools, external tools, internal processes, processes amongst groups that you maybe work with really closely internally, ways that you can shore those up. There's a lot that people can continue to do here. Obviously, eye on the prize, it's about speed to be able to mitigate risk in these situations, about bringing people together in collaborative settings across organizations, but a lot of stuff that we can continue to think about when it comes to tools and processes. The holistic approach. This is something I like to talk about with all organizations. I think it's really important. We all have our parts of our organizations, whether you're a business continuity leader, a safety leader, whatever sort of part of the organization you run, you've got your team, right? You've got your team, you've got your people, you're really comfortable with them, and that's a great thing. But there's a lot of people across the organization that we probably partner with when it comes to different emergencies and different risks that we're facing. And it's really important to continue to evaluate how we can work with them better, right? Part of that's engaging them in the process. not only when the process has to go into place and when things are happening, but also in the preparedness, surveying employees, understanding how they can help in different situations, understanding different stakeholders, different people in your organization that, again, might get involved when something happens, but that could potentially help you with different plans and be more involved in the process as well. People, people, people. It's all about the people. I know a lot of us like to say they're our most important asset. I truly think they are, right? They make our machines continue to work. They really support our organizations. They're the people that uphold us all the time, right? We've got great teams under us. So I really encourage people to think about the people, right? How things are going to potentially impact them. We talked about duty of care. One of the things that I just want to mention here that's really important to me, I talk to my team all the time about this, is mental health. When we think about the groups that you're working with, not only yourselves, but the people that are on the front lines and working under you that are having to respond to these different situations. It's stressful, right? When we look at the data from earlier, like that sort of data impacts anybody in a negative way, right? You really have to understand these things and talk out loud. I think every organization has different things that you can and should do when it comes to mental health. But really, I think the most important thing is just talking about it, saying it out loud, and really committing yourselves to being able to support your organization, employees, especially those on your team. I just think it's a really important area to continue to consider as we see some of these trend lines and the negative impacts that they can have. All of us, right? DRJ, I said earlier, I'm so happy they keep putting on these events. It brings like-minded professionals together in like-minded areas, maybe different industries. We've got a lot of differences in the groups and the roles and the organizations that we represent. One of the things I really like about this space is that even though there's competition amongst industries and different groups and different competitors, there really isn't competition when it comes to employee safety and business continuity. I truly see and believe when I see different people networking at events like this or different networking events that I've been to, people truly want to help, right? So take advantage of that. I know that a lot of people will have different conversations here. I know it's very easy to go back to your teams and kind of forget to stay connected to some of the people that you maybe had meaningful conversations with, or different organizations or leaders that you meant to connect with here that you didn't. So I would just strongly encourage, I know time is precious, we all have a lot of projects and things that we're working on, but make time to reconnect with people, make time to learn from other people, and obviously to help people understand the successes that you're having, maybe some of the challenges you're facing, and ways that you can really organize together around it. All right, that brings us to the end. I'll mention it again, this presentation is available on CVent. All the data that I've shared, all the resources that are associated with that data. One of the things that I will mention is we look at this data and it is a little bit doom and gloom. It should be really good job security for all of us, right? These trend lines are going in a way that really reinforces our organization's need for all of us to be helping to understand and manage these. So that's a great thing. Feel free to use the data for justifications. Maybe you can get some more headcount or some more budget. At least you can be a little bit more prepared. So I would just encourage people to continue to take a look at that data. A lot of it changes over time as well. So there's a lot of good resources there. If you have any questions, always feel free to reach out to me. I'm pretty passionate about this. Always love to kind of dive in and talk about it even more. You can email me. I'm very active on LinkedIn. You can stop by the Alert Media booth that is here in the conference hall as well. But again, just reach out if you have any questions. Happy to keep connecting on this and understand how everybody else is kind of feeling and responding to the different data and different experiences. And that's it. Uh-oh. Go ahead, Vanessa.
We have a few minutes left. I think I saw questions in the CVent app, if we're able to post those.
All right. Ah, yes. So true versus false, there's two things in here. I don't think it's a loaded question. But true versus false, and then there's news in the media. So I think true versus false, let's kind of peel that apart first. A lot of the information that we see out there, right, people are sharing so much information. Social media has really kind of run wild. There's so many different platforms. When it comes to just true versus false information, a lot of it's expertise and having people on your team who really know how to understand that information. So I'll just kind of peel that apart first. But secondarily, when it comes to news in the media, there's a word that I use with my team all the time because we leverage news media globally, local, national, international, state-run to some degree. You need to know what you're getting into, right? There's a credibility chart that I'm happy to share if somebody wants to get in touch with me who asked this question. Jerry, I'm more than happy to share the credibility chart that my team and I look at all the time when it comes to news media. It actually evaluates across the chart who exactly is reasonable and responsible, where you can get true and factual information. I think most important is just to kind of ask yourself whether or not whoever the organization or the information is coming from has some sort of agenda. That's probably going to help you understand whether the information is factual or whether there might be something that's driving that as well. It's something that we think about a lot when we look at state-run media. There's a lot of good information, and unfortunately in some parts of the globe it's the only information that we can get. So it's just important to understand the implications and the motivations of different organizations. Hopefully I answered that. Okay, what are the key elements of a personal continuity plan for your employees? I think it probably differs based on the different employees that you have within your organization. Some people have different capabilities, but when I think about the different key elements, the other thing I would recognize too is where your workers are, right? Some people who are working in the office are gonna have different expectations than people who are working from home. When it comes to safety and business continuity, and you think about a remote worker or an anywhere worker, my goodness, these people who are working from Mexico and Timbuktu, right? Their responsibilities, I believe, in connecting with an organization are gonna run deeper, especially on the technology side. We look at cyber and ransomware. So I think that's an important distinction to make and an important question to ask about your employees, so where they are in the different capabilities. And just part of this is on the employees as well. It's a partnership. A lot of the responsibility rests on those people in this room, but our employees are a part of that process and should be, right? They should be just as engaged in helping us to drive those conversations as well. A reason that outages are lasting longer. I can pick apart that data. I think one of the things I mentioned about the infrastructure and the power grid is important to note. I live in Texas. If you don't live in Texas, I'm sure you still remember what happened last winter. It was terrible. Most of us didn't have power for over a week. ERCOT, our power supply, was just destructed. And there was a lot of conversation around that. So I think part of it is the infrastructure and the power grid. Part of it's just the pressure that it's putting on things. And then the other thing is when we look at the natural disasters that I talked about earlier, they're more severe. So when we think about a lot of the destruction that they're doing, it's not just knocking out the power in one or two lines that can easily be put back up by utility workers. It's doing more destruction. So I think that's a big contributing factor as well. And then when you look at the expanse of some of the destruction that we're seeing, it obviously takes longer to get at bigger areas as well because there's so much to mitigate there. All right. It looks like that's all the questions. It looks like Vanessa's getting me to wrap up here. Thank you guys again. I appreciate your time, your attention, your interest in a topic that's very near and dear to me. Reach out if you have any questions. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you for all the data. Super helpful. We're going to take a 15-minute break in the lobby. If you have any comments or feedback for Sara's session, please use the CVent app, and we will see you back here at 10:45. Welcome back. How y'all doing? Let me get a round of applause to hear how everybody's doing. Woo! All right, so we're gonna prepare for our third and final keynote session for today. Before we get started, just a show of hands. Raise your hand if your company is experiencing people issues. All right, that means all of y'all have people at the company, right? Okay, raise your hand if your company is experiencing supply chain issues. Only a little bit? Okay. Raise your hand if your company is experiencing issues with the threat landscape. Geopolitical, active shooter, active terrorism, whatever you may call it. Awesome. So it seems like a lot of us in here have a lot of things in common. And so I think this next panel is going to be super helpful. I only have to introduce one person, and that is Frank Shultz. He is the CEO of Infinite Blue, and he will help to introduce the rest of today's panel, and they will be speaking on a great topic that just left my screen. So you guys have a great session.
Thanks, Vanessa, appreciate it. If you do have that giant clock you could put back up, that would be awesome. It did pop up, there we go, perfect. Super helpful. So yeah, welcome everybody and good morning. As we go through, we have a great panel here today. I think Marcus and I, this is the third time in a row consecutively we've done a resilience panel. And it's changed over really the last 3 times we've done it. So I want to introduce our panel today. I'm going to actually have them give 2-3 sentence information about themselves, quick bio, and then we'll get into the conversation. So Marcus Vaughan with Illuminar.
Yeah, cool. Mic's on, good. Hi everyone, so I'm the co-founder from Illuminar, one of the co-founders at Illuminar. We're obviously a resilience technology platform, which you can, hey, come and have a chat with me after this in the hall. I've been in the risk and resilience industry for about 15, 16 years now, cut my teeth in more of the risk landscape and moved into resiliency. Spent a lot of time more consulting than I have in the technology space, and have now moved into the technology space because we see it's a massive application and opportunity there to help resilience across organizations. So absolutely pumped to be here, and yeah, 3 times lucky, right?
Yeah, well, welcome back. Cheers. Peter Steinfeld.
Excellent, thank you so much. So I am the Senior Vice President of Safety Solutions at Alert Media. Been with the company for about 6 years and in the industry since 2001. This is actually my 20th anniversary of DRJ, so it's pretty cool. It's a great show. I also am the host of the Employee Safety Podcast, which I recommend everyone to listen to. I don't do anything other than ask questions, and all the guests say amazing things. So if you think you'd be a great guest, or you know someone who could be, to share information about anything related to employee safety, by all means, just follow up with me after the session here or sometime in the future, and we'll get you on the show or get that person on.
Awesome, welcome Peter. Last but not least, Karl Kotalik.
Hi everyone. I co-founded a company 20 years ago called NC4 and ran that company up until 3 years ago when that company was acquired by Everbridge. We specialized in risk intelligence in both the security and safety and security and business continuity space. And Everbridge has asked me to stay on over the last 3 years to run the Global Risk Intelligence group at Everbridge. So I'm Vice President and General Manager of that team. Good to be here.
Awesome. Welcome everybody. So we're going to talk today about developing operational resilience in our evolving world. And again, it's interesting how this conversation has shifted and literally evolved over the last, year and a half at DRJ. We're going to start with a tough one, and then we're going to back it down and give them easier questions after that. So we're going right in today. What are the newly surfaced pressures that create risk that organizations should be aware of today? And if you want a little bonus tag on that, how's that changed in the last 3 to 5 years? So I'm going to go right down the line and start, Marcus.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the risk landscape, it's always good to start with context, isn't it? The risk landscape has changed fundamentally. I think our society has changed fundamentally in the last few years. It continues to change. I don't think like my last trip to the States, I was going through a whole heap of different client offices, only to realize that, you can go through a major bank these days and only see 8 people. So it's a pretty interesting situation that we're dealing with at the moment. And I think the attitude in terms of people's propensity to go back to the office is really interesting as well. One of the things I witnessed there is a slightly, what I could see as a bit of a disconnect between a lot of executive and what people actually want to do from a work perspective. And that does change the risk profile of an organization, and it does change, I guess, how we operate and be resilient as well. I think in addition to that, we've got an extremely complex digital ecosystem, which continues to change rapidly. We're dealing with a lot of shadow IT built into that, which causes other risk issues. And on top of that, we've got a really interesting evolving climate. Like in Australia, we're literally having conversations about, do we lift and shift towns based on the flood profile now? Wow. Like, we are talking about lifting and shifting towns. So yeah, it's like, it is changing. And we didn't have that conversation 12 months ago.
Not at all.
But I won't hog the mic.
Yeah, no, awesome. Absolutely. I agree with those things. After listening to Sarah's presentation, I think the biggest pole in the tent is the frequency of these events that are occurring. There's just so much more impacting people. So that's a huge one, and I'm not going to go over all that again. Another thing I think is expectations. I think back to when I was in college many years ago, and I went off to Germany for 6 months, and I left, and I had no technology, not even a typewriter, and I think I would call home once every 2 weeks because it was so expensive. So there was just this natural resiliency I had. I had to go figure things out on my own. But that's changed. Now we all have these devices in our pocket where it's like a tether to the rest of the world, to our families, to our businesses, and we expect it to be there all the time. And people just have an expectation of being taken care of these days and knowing about what's going on all the time. And that didn't exist, again, just as little as 5, 10, 20 years ago. The other big thing is, as I was listening to Sarah's presentation, that really stood out to me is this concept of fragility. With specialization, you beget, I think, a very strong society as a whole. But the smallest thing can disrupt that specialization, and we're really fragile, and it can cause really bad issues to occur. In the olden days, you were pretty self-sufficient. If something happened, it happened just to you, and it was terrible for that one person, but it didn't have a rippling effect across the entire society. Now, if my internet goes down for like an hour, it's killing me and everybody else, and we can't do our jobs, I can't order my shoes, like whatever it is. So this fragility is just that much more impacted by all the disasters that are happening more frequently. So this concept of like just-in-time inventory, everything's just in time now, and the smallest thing can disrupt that. And that's just, it seems like accelerating. And then of course the last big thing is this idea of remote work. So that just did not exist in a big scale 5 years ago. Now you have so many people working remotely. It used to be you had 2 or 3 or a couple hundred locations that you were looking after. Now you've got dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of locations that you have to be concerned with. And that's a real big problem, and you're probably not getting a lot of extra resources to deal with all that. So that's a big stressor.
Absolutely, and we'll dig into remote work as we go. And one key point you made that's interesting, I think my family always asks, what do you do? How many people in here have trouble explaining what they do to their family? Yeah. It hit my parents when they went to the grocery store and there was nothing on the shelves, and like the only meat was short rib. There's nothing literally to buy. And they're like, oh, supply chain. Like, okay, this is what you do. You basically are ensuring that things get to where they need to get to, because we take a lot for granted. Mm-hmm. And I think we're hopefully thinking more about that. But I still go on Amazon and want my 1 hour delivery or
That's
one day
right.
delivery, right? So, how about you, Karl?
Yeah, I mean, piggybacking on what Peter's talking about, in terms of disruptive events, it's not just the growth in them, it's really that rate of growth, that massive change over the last year. For example, crime is way up, but it's up so much in the last year that it has sort of an exaggerated effect on business operations. Retailers are shutting down stores. I mean, if something is going up, slowly over time, you adapt, you adjust to it. When you have that massive change so quickly, it has an outsized impact on the infrastructure. Sara talked about power outages, many more, longer duration. Water main breaks is something you don't hear a lot about, but water main breaks, of course, very important for data center cooling, things like that. Those are way up, I think over 30% up because of drought, the way the soil reacts to drought and heat. And so you just got so many different things, major disruptive events impacting so quickly over the last couple of years. It's just, as Sara said, it's job security, I think, for all of us.
Absolutely. And one of the questions at the end that Sara had was why are power outages lasting longer, right? And or outages in general. Clearly, just the frequency and the duration and the impact that we have, it's getting crazy. And as we rebrand kind of this operational resilience, and again, I think I said this before, this is like my third go around of this, and it seems like it's sticking better this time, which is good. What are the primary goals that each of you thinks that we're trying to solve for operational resilience today? Like, what are we really trying to do? And Karl, I might start back at you, give you a chance to answer this first, and then we'll come back down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what we've learned because of this massive change over the last couple of years is we need to be much more agile. So a goal has to be agility, flexibility, adapt when you get into the situation. How can you adapt quickly? And to me, that's got to be number one. And to do that, I think you got to get a lot more support from the business, from the board, strategically, because that kind of agility and flexibility takes a lot of new technology, a lot of people to implement that. So that means more budget.
Absolutely. Peter?
Yeah, as I think about it, if you think about the history of our industry, it started, and I'm speaking generalizations here, it started with IT. So it was the people in the basement running the backup tapes because they realized how delicate IT systems were and they had to be able to recover. And then after that, it grew into just general resiliency for the company. But it was always like an outsider view. No one had a seat at the table. Initially, IT people started telling the business, look, IT is becoming a big thing. We need a seat at the table. We need to have a C-level executive when it comes to IT-related issues. And I think that's where we're going in the future here. And that's something that everyone should be doing in this room, is not only just protecting your business with the ecosystem we have today, but advocating for a change structurally in the company to make it more of a cultural thing. That resiliency, operational resiliency, has to be part of how we operate as a company. And if we can't do that, then we're not going to succeed going forward. And I actually see that in the future. There's probably going to be a C-level person that's responsible for everything related to risk and resiliency. And if there's not, companies that don't have that are just not going to be as successful.
Interesting. What do you think about that, Marcus?
Yeah, I actually agree with a lot of that, funnily enough. I should try and throw some controversy in here. But I think, absolutely. I mean, influencing up so people get it, to get the budget, to Karl's point, to go back down. But I think a big part of that cultural change also comes down to winning the hearts and minds across the organization. I think to your point before, the environment we're in now is extremely complex, fast moving, and so we do need agility, 100%. But to get agility, we also need engagement and capability across the organization. We can't just rely on really rigid bottleneck structures to activate people to lift and be agile around that when we have these situations unfold. So yeah, influence at the top to get the budget, of course, but think a little bit differently about going back down the chain, because I think, if you've got a carrot and stick approach, I mean, people don't like getting hit by the stick very often, but they will always go for a carrot. So just thinking about how you can actually win the hearts and minds across the organization to achieve resiliency, which, to that point before, what's the goal here? Like, we are trying to get out some of that fragility so we can, there aren't so many knock-on effects across society.
How do we increase engagement, right? I think it's just to pull maybe on that a little bit. What are some ways we can increase engagement? I don't know, between the three of you, if whoever has, or Marcus, you want to start? And
I mean, hey, I love this question because I love this topic. This is what we're all about. I mean, how do you get someone from, not sitting on an exercise bike to sitting on an exercise bike? You gamify the experience. Like, look at Zwift. So we don't have to always just rely on what have we done before in our industry. Let's look at other industries and what's working to get people doing things that they may not have wanted to ever have done. Because that's what we're dealing with a lot of the time. Like, people don't necessarily wake up thinking, what have I got to do from a resilience perspective today? But if you can, build it in. So we look at gamification, and the opportunity there is just this massive untapped opportunity in our industry. And, well, yeah, we're going after it.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of what was the game years ago for marathon runners, like running with zombies or something like that, right? Where you basically had to outrun the zombies and it pushed people to run farther, right? So, sorry, Peter.
Yeah, no, that's great. I agree completely. Anything you can do to just make it more interesting to people so it's not this exercise that they have to do once a year or once a quarter or something like that. I love the idea of micro trainings where you could literally walk around the office and just walk up to a group of people, maybe sitting in a few areas, or get on a Zoom call with people and say, hey, there's a fire over there right now, what do you do? And they just have to instantly react, and most will be like, I don't know. Okay, great, well, we've identified a problem here, let's solve for that. Or there's someone having a heart attack, what do you do? And it's just a quick 2-3 minute exercise, and it helps people realize, oh my gosh, this could get real. And it's just an interesting way to get people more engaged. The other thing I say to do is to get your security teams involved with the organization. Like, everyone should know the security people before the disaster happens. They should meet them during the onboarding process. They shouldn't be afraid to go to security. It shouldn't be, uh-oh, security's here. It should just be part of the business. I think that's a big part.
You kind of reminded me, my wife thinks I'm crazy when I go into a hotel room and I'm like, where are the exits? I look at how many people in here look at the back of the door when they get to a hotel room and see where the stairs are?
Yep.
Do you think that's a disproportionate number than a general population? It probably is. It's a little bit of the way we're wired and the way that we think about what happens if this disaster strikes. I need to know which way to get to the exit. And that's what we're trying to build in our organizations, right? So if something happens at any time, whether it's a tap on the shoulder for a simulation or it's a real event, I just go do it.
That's right. And just to finish up, I learned this many years ago. It's probably 25, 30 years ago. I went to an organization, and a lot of people probably do this today, so it's not going to be a surprise, but I pull into the parking lot, and 100% of the cars are backed into their spots. And I'm like, that's weird. So I pull my car in the normal way, and then I go inside, and someone pulls me aside and said, you're going to need to go out there and change how you parked your car. I'm like, why? He's like, well, I'll give you a few minutes to try to figure it out. I couldn't figure it out. And they said, what we've done, this is a big oil field services company where safety is huge, like people can get hurt fast. To build this idea of resiliency and safety in our organization, we start with something very basic that everyone has to do every day, and that's park their car. And we look at the statistics, and when people back out of spots, the odds of them getting in a wreck or having some kind of issue occur are much higher than if they back in ahead of time and then just pull out. So 100% of all of our facilities, everyone has to back into their spot. And I just thought that was great. It just gets everyone at the beginning of their day and this idea that safety is important and it should be part of how I operate every day when I come here to work.
Absolutely. I know a large logistics company, they try to make only right turns on their routes, right?
Same thing.
Saves from accidents. How about you, Karl, about increasing engagement?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent, similar to what Peter was saying, in continuous exercising, really, with minor events. I mean, if you're a large organization, any given day, there's going to be some relatively minor thing that happens, whether it's a crime event, a simple thing that you can essentially practice your response on and do notifications, do some minimal response. And it gets people using the technologies, using the processes and procedures. They know where to find the playbooks and everything. And just by doing that on a continuous basis, you get that muscle memory. So when a much worse thing happens, you know what to do.
Absolutely. No, it makes sense. Now, I'm going to hit one that I know when we prepped, we spent some time talking about because it's threaded through here. And Marcus, I'm going to start with you. Do regulations support or stifle our ability to be resilient? I know we had a pretty good conversation on this when we prepped, so.
This is my chance to get controversial, I guess.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, okay, so what do I think about regulation and its ability to increase resilience or stifle it? Okay, so I think I'll be polite. I think there's a big opportunity for regulators to work probably more closely with technology providers. I'm biased, technology provider, obviously. I think regulation is there, absolutely. I mean, if anyone, a lot of people here have had to obviously pour through the operational resilience regulations that have gone out from the Bank of England, and now it's been dropped in Australia with APRA as well. It is interesting pouring through that with a technology lens and not seeing a lot of stuff in there that I would hope to see. as in like the application of technology and thinking about things like micro simulations as opposed to just the annual training, like taking the lessons that we've learned from the last 3-10 years would be nice, building that in. So I think there's a big opportunity to probably work more closely with them, because I know that technology providers are geared to essentially innovate. Like, you know, if you want to look at the biggest innovation budget in the resilience industry, look at the technology providers, right? That's all we do. So I think there's a big opportunity. I'll leave it like that, yeah.
Peter?
So both. I think it can be good and it can be bad. I think on the good side of things, it gives people this minimum baseline, because if they didn't have this baseline, they may do nothing. I had someone on the podcast recently talk about fire safety, and we got into the different fire codes that we have in residential and commercial buildings, and a lot of that just grew over the years, and it's gotten us to this baseline level of safety that has dramatically reduced death in facilities that catch on fire. So it is good, I think, to have some regulation. Now, on the downside, 2 things. Number one, it can cause people to say, checkbox, I'm doing exactly the minimum that I have to do to stay compliant. And that's not good. We all know that. Like, you can always go further and there's way more you can do. And a reason why the baseline isn't often enough is because regulation moves slowly. It just takes a long time to catch up with the rapidly changing environment out there. So good and bad, you know, gets you to that baseline and makes people do things that they otherwise wouldn't. But at the same time, we all need to go beyond that and know that that's just a starting point.
It really is interesting. We had somebody on my team that attended a FEMA meeting probably about a month ago, and it was all tied now around operational resilience at the government level, which is interesting because we have varying definitions of what we're trying to get to. The government's starting to influence the concept of operational resilience. Clearly, Bank of New England is pushing through, and we're going to talk, you know, whether that's going to kind of come across the ocean or not. But if we don't know what we're trying to actually accomplish, it's hard to hit the moving target in a way. But it's starting to spread. Karl, any thoughts on this?
I agree with what's been said. The really important to me is that baseline. I mean, it's just not enough. If you want to have a competitive advantage, using business resilience for a competitive advantage, meeting the minimum bar of the regulations is not. It allows your board or your C-suite to say, oh, we meet the regulations, we're good. Then that's a bad thing.
Yeah, it depends on what they're willing to fund a lot of times, right? So if they're not willing to fund past compliance, that's what we get to, right? So if it's one person trying to get through just so we have a plan and we can check the box on an audit, that's what we're able to do. And that ties into the engagement question. Marcus, you look like you have a thought. I think I poked you on that one with the regulation.
Always, right? And I think this is where influencing up is obviously really important. And if the only reason an executive team is doing something because they're regulatory, they're going to lose their license if they don't do it in one way or the other. If that's the only way that impact has been crossed their minds, and that's a problem to start with, right? So, and I think that's a big part of everyone in this room. It's our job, right? We need to win hearts and minds, but also articulate the importance of impact of not doing these things. And yes, regulation, of course, we need to hit the mark and make sure we don't lose our license, of course. But I think we need to go above and beyond that in terms of articulating the impact to get that buy-in to do more. So I think that's where influence comes in, right? Learning how to do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of it. I think I've seen success in defining how we're going to move the numbers, right? So if we're measuring more, obviously, we can say, hey, if we invest more in resilience, we can get, we can make sure we meet our corporate goals. We can make sure that our employees are happier. We can make sure, that everything really works better together. Sometimes I think, when we're hitting the we're the bar and saying, okay, we're going to meet this regulation. The bar is the check mark. It's very binary. It's not necessarily something where there's a measure of kind of good, better, best.
Correct. I mean, like, what's in it for me? So if I'm an executive sitting in a particular team, what's in it for me to be resilient? Well, I mean, take a telco, for instance, and if you look at customer churn, that's like #1 problem. So if you want to talk to a particular part of that business around customer churn and how you stop that, then articulate the impact of not doing what we need to get done from a resilience perspective, right? Like, look at an impact of, losing thousands of customers. It doesn't go down well in a good year. It doesn't go down very well in in an economic environment where we're going into recessions. Like, every dollar counts. So I think, again, relate it to what's in it for me from their perspective.
But that's interesting, because how many companies would equate a churn number to resilience.
Well-
right? So that's, I think, the pivot that we're trying to make, right? Because it's an account management problem, it's marketing, it's customer service, right? But it's, you know.
But this is exactly the point. Like, this is where you have to win the hearts and minds and make it relatable to the people that we're engaging. So before I was in resilience, I used to do, we used to work with forensic accountants, so we'd do business interruption calculations on just that problem. So we'd look at, and you would start with a scenario like a normal loss expectancy right up to a maximum foreseeable loss and go, this is what it looks like, this is how many thousands or tens of thousands or millions of customers you're going to lose. And they're thinking about it, also from an insurance perspective, because that's where the money hits. But I can tell you what, that conversation, when you're in there workshopping that with someone who actually has to look after customer care, they're packing it when they look at that number. Now, okay, so let's bring that back. How do we use that from a resilience perspective? Well, let's run a scenario, and to that point, it doesn't have to be a big, just once a year thing, but let's run a micro simulation and go, right, this is the impact. If we don't get this right, what does that look like? Let's start thinking about that and relating it back to what's in it for me. And if I'm being, paid to not lose customers, I'm going to care. Simple as that.
I think it's great.
I think that's a huge point. This reminds me of a conversation I was having recently with a gentleman named Grant Hayes, who was a Secret Service agent for many, many years, and then he transitioned to the private sector. And I asked him, what's the hardest thing about making that transition? And he said that when you're working for government and you're doing something like Secret Service work, it's about safety, we're doing safety for safety's sake. We'll get budget, it's all about safety. We can spend money on anything related to safety, it's all about safety. When I came to the private sector, it was no longer safety for safety's sake, it was what's in it for me? Yeah. How's it gonna help the business? And he had to change his mindset, and he did that. He tied everything that he did going forward to how it helped the business. So he said, we need to get more cameras on property. This is many years ago, more cameras on property before they were as ubiquitous as they are now. And they're like, no, we don't want to invest in that. It's a big manufacturing organization he was working for. So he finally got some budget for some cameras, and it couldn't have been it was 2 hours later that evening that someone jumped the fence and started stealing a bunch of stuff. They caught him on camera and stopped that theft. So what's in it for me? The business finally realized, oh my gosh. And then they opened up the budget, and he was able to build out that security operations center and invest in a lot more. But that's his mindset. It's always, I've got to focus on that. What's in it for the person that I'm talking to? And that's a bigger issue in the commercial sector than it is in the government sector.
Absolutely. Now, and I want to pull on the thread we talked about earlier about the increase of remote workers, and Karl, I want to go to you for this one. As more people are working from home and we have kind of more of a spread out landscape, we can't put generators in buildings and say we're good anymore. We can't build a higher wall to be secure anymore. Do you think having an increase of remote workers helps or hurts what we're trying to do with resilience?
Yeah, I think it helps as long as it's addressed properly. You think about, you've got now, let's go back to, diversity, geographic diversity was key for data centers, for call centers, for distribution centers, right? You got to have, the old idea of the East Coast and the West Coast data center, or the having them in Europe and Asia and so forth. So now you've got geodiversity with people on a massive scale. So theoretically, you should have better resilience from that, except for all the challenges of dealing with that. And it impacts so many different things. So you've got to have it's really a problem you can't solve with sort of today's, or I shouldn't say today's, but previous technology. You really have to go another level of technology to do all the correlation and really identify where people are. First thing is you got to know where people are if you're going to deal with resiliency when there's a disruptive event. I'll give you a great example. So, of course, March, right, 2020, COVID, people start clearing out of the office and they start going places. Let's look, New York City, emptied out, right? Yep. A lot of people went east to Long Island. And there's a phenomena in business and economics about locations called clustering, right? Detroit, Silicon Valley. Well, there's people cluster as well, right? So, the teams critical teams in New York City businesses, they decided to all go to the same places, you know. And they clustered in certain communities in Long Island or southern New Jersey. And really, at that early in the pandemic, you didn't really have your arms around where everyone was. So it was so rapid and so new. And so what happened in August, if you can remember your history of disasters, August 2020, Hurricane Isaias, I think, it became Tropical Storm Isaias. It hit Long Island, you know. And, you know, I was dealing with a lot of customers saying, you know, we have critical people without power, without internet now, and it's going to be a week or more, and they're working on projects. So massive disruptive event. You would have thought, well, if people are spread out, it means less likely I'm going to be impacted. But when you have clustering, and they cluster in the wrong place, like Long Island, you know, right, typically Hurricane Sandy, right? So you've got to manage that. If you don't manage it, it's going to be worse. It's not going to help resilience. But if you can get your arms around it and know where people are, know how to deal with those types of things, make sure you know what the, you know, the hurricane forecast cone, where it's going, where you can predict power outage, how you can mitigate that. You know, I mean, some companies immediately told people, you know, get in a car, drive to a hotel where there's power and internet, and go back to work. But you know, that was so new, such at the beginning, that people didn't have their strategies figured out. So figure out your strategies, your processes, and then get the technology that'll enable you to correlate and understand where people are, not just by zip code, but really at a much more hyper-local level.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think you're starting to pull on some threads of almost building individual resilience within people as well. You know, the Pocono Mountains, upstate Pennsylvania, are near me, and a lot of people from New York City. It's an easy commute to get into the city from there. So some people have moved there because instead of spending $1 million on a 800 square foot apartment, you know, they basically come over and have a palatial mansion in 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. But the infrastructure is not as good, right? So there's one company that provides internet over cable. There's no fiber. There's no other option there. Your DSL, if you get into, and a lot of the country still DSL or cable, and the power is not very good. But we moved there because it's less expensive and it's not as tightly knit as New York City was. So it's interesting, like how we invest in our employees' personal, individual resilience, right? And you're pulling on some of that for sure. But people want to be together. It's interesting. That's why we have cities. People actually want to cluster together for access to services, to build community, to you know, for schooling, for all aspects of that. So, Peter, I want to ask, you know, how does all remote workers benefit or provide a negative to resilience for you?
Yeah, I mean, you've said a lot of this stuff already, but you build in this natural resiliency by just having the distribution of workforce, but it makes the identification problem that much harder because you don't realize that it's really Fred running payroll from his basement. and he's living in the Poconos and has terrible internet access. And there's now thousands of these data points that you have to understand, whereas before it was all clustered in some main buildings. So it's just exponentially more difficult to deal with. And therefore, the orchestration problem gets really, really difficult. You have to be able to communicate very quickly, shift resources around based on everything that you uncovered through the identification process. So it's getting way more difficult than it was in the past, even though now you have that natural built-in geographic resiliency, which is a good thing.
Yeah, yes and no, isn't it? I think you're touching on the same point there. Like, there's two things. Do you understand the change in the risk profile now that you have people everywhere? Number one, do you understand what that looks like? And to that point, lots of, in Australia it's the same thing, right? Everyone had a tree change or a sea change, and property prices went up in every regional centre where there's, a palm tree or a pine tree, either way. But a lot of those people have never had to deal with wildfire season. They haven't had to deal with floods because they've been living in Melbourne. And to that point, Fred running payroll is now sitting in a situation where he has no idea what the natural landscape looks like in a different season to when he moved there. And so that idea of actually building in personal resilience so that if they have to deal with a situation they've never dealt with, they still have to think about how is that going to impact the function that they're a part of. It's a total different change in profile. So number one, do we understand the profile and where people are and what they're dealing with? And then number two, back to that original point, are we engaging these people to think about these things? Because outside of this room, they're not thinking about it on the daily. We are, because that's what we do. It's how we're geared, but they're not. So what are our strategies, again, to get down to that core level, like right down to the shop floor almost, and saying, okay, your situation, what does this look like? Have we run a micro simulation on what that looks like in their particular area, so they can go, this is what the impact would be to me, and then this is what the impact would be to my team, and unit, so on and so forth. Yep. So yeah, I think understand the risk profile and then engage.
Interesting. So we all, Karl, go ahead.
I was just say, by the way, we don't really have any choice. We're not going back to where we were. I think there's surveys out that show only 10% of people want to actually go back to the office in many cases. The headline this morning, I don't know if you guys saw it, New York Times, 1,500 or something of their journalists said, we're not going back to the office. They said they wanted them back for 3 days a week. They said, no, we're not going to do it. I think Apple's had some issues with that as well. So this is here to stay, so we got to figure this out.
I think a really good just micro simulation or micro training you could do is just email random sets of people and say, hey, if you lost power for the rest of the day, what would you not be able to do for the company? How's that going to impact things? And then just see what kind of responses you get back. I think it'll be pretty enlightening.
I'm going to throw you like an easy, like a layup here, basically, on that question. Peter, I'll start with you since you said that. That sounds like a lot of work, right? Because if I do BIAs by process and I ask a department or a team what they need in terms of a crisis and how they're going to approach it, now it sounds like I have to ask every employee what they're going to do in terms of a crisis as far as connectivity and power and all of that.
Yeah.
Here's my layup. Can we do this without technology? Can we do it on spreadsheets and Word and Excel?
Not very easily. You got to invest in technology. And I think a good way to do it is, it's an interesting exercise because you don't have to do it to the entire company. Pick just small segments. And then by the responses you get back, you can then use that as not anecdotal, but statistical evidence to share with the executive team. Like, guys, do you really want to put our organization at risk? I haven't even asked everybody yet, but look what we got back just in this small sampling of like 1% of our employees. I need more budget. I can't do this in a spreadsheet. There's great technology out there that can help us, and here's the why behind it. And then I'm always a big fan of telling the emotional anecdotal story, but backing it up with evidence, because that's what business decision makers want. They want the actual factual evidence and the statistics behind it to make decisions.
Yeah, I mean, hey, come and have a chat to me later on. We are literally doing this. It's really difficult. Number one, we have a talent crisis, so we can't afford to go and hire 30 people to go and run this across the organization, so leverage technology. But I think going probably one step further than that, and to that point before, gamify it. This needs to be a gamified process, because people don't care a lot of the time, right? And they will, they don't like being hit over the head with the stick all the time either. It's not the greatest way to engage them. So gamify it, you flip it around, get them involved, give them a pat on the back, show them the progress they're making, put it into a team format. People like that from a social perspective. And show them where they're heading, what that looks like. So yes, it's doable. Yes, technology helps a lot, and yes, I'm happy to talk.
That's awesome. It's interesting because just talking about all the remote workers across the board, you all say it could be good and it could be bad, right? We're kind of split. Depends on where your geography of your team goes. But Karl, I might throw it back to you. What can we do if we look at it and we say this has actually increased our risk as a result of where our workforce is?
Well, what some companies are doing, like the New York Times, is saying you got to come back to work, because it's not just for resilience; it's for this culture, right, and innovation and the water cooler stuff and all that. So that one strategy is to get people to come back to work. A lot of resistance to that, right? But the other strategy is incentivize people to actually live in a place that is got good infrastructure, not in the middle of hurricane, and as you hire people too. I was talking to someone from a tech company last night, and they're hiring a lot of remote workers, and that's part of the interview process, is where do you live? Where are you going to work? And if they say, well, I'm going to be in the Florida Keys, not going to get the job, right? If they say they're in the Poconos, maybe not going to get the job. But if they say they're in, Phoenix or Charlotte, or somewhere where, it's going to have reasonably good infrastructure, they'll get the job. So that's one issue. There's a lot of things you can do in terms of just understanding where people are and making sure you don't have all of one team clustered in one area where power is going to go out. And like Long Island, that's what happened right after COVID. So, it's not changing, I think. So mitigation strategies is going to be the key.
Definitely. Peter, Marcus, any different thoughts on that, or?
Not different. It's just extrapolating on that. And it's something you said before. The old days, it was the idea of I've got my data center on the East Coast, and then I've got my backup on the West Coast, and I can fail over. Same thing with individual people working from their homes. You should always think, if Fred can't run payroll, who else can? And then they should know that they can jump in and run it, and they should be somewhere far away, not in that cluster center. But even better, in the old days, we had one data center here and one here, and that was it. Now you've got dozens, hundreds, thousands of different ways to move things around. It becomes this neural network of some sort. So there's advantages. It's just a much different way of thinking about it and taking advantage of what's available to you.
Yeah, agreed. And I think just to add to that, validate it, right? So if we think we've got a natural hedge, then go and simulate it. Like, let's test that out. Will that work if we try and shift from here to here in a heartbeat? And if it doesn't work, then build in resilience to that, and think about that and the effect of that on your risk profile. So, yeah,
definitely. We've got about 20 minutes left. If anyone wants to ask questions, I'm going to leave about 10 minutes at the end. So please go in, CVent, check off this session, and post your questions in there, and we'll put them up. I'll probably do another question or two here. This is a tough one. You pick a time frame. What does operational resilience look like 5, 10, 25 years in the future? How's it going to be different? And Marcus,
yeah, okay.
throw it to you.
I'll put my biased.
Where are we going, right? Where are we going here? Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So I think we will hopefully be leveraging technology a lot more, and I would expect that we will see a lot more use of things like artificial intelligence and machine learning to help speed up the process of decision making. I don't think that's removing people at all. It's funny, it's ironic, we built a technology company to help people. It's like, you build tech, it's actually for people. So I don't think it's actually getting rid of resiliency or resilience practitioners or anything along that line. But I think there's a lot of stuff there that's we're still sitting on a lot of data instead of a lot of insight. And I think there's a big opportunity where we can continue to connect the dots, use machine learning, because the environment's going to continuously change as well, but to leverage that so that we can get insights much faster to be able to deal with the level of complexity and the pace of change that it's happening when it happens. So that's where I'd like to see it go. I think to that point, I'd like to, continue to see regulators also get involved in that conversation and look forward in terms of where we think it should be going from a technology point of view.
Awesome. Peter?
I think it goes back to what I was talking about before, that just like the IT world had this shift from the 70s and 80s to what we have now with a seat at the table at the C-level, I think the same thing's going to happen in this industry. Because businesses are not going to be able to survive and thrive and put the resources together that they need to for all these people working remotely if they don't have a voice at the table. Like someone reporting up through legal, that's not going to be the best advocate for what we do here. So you have to have someone at that table that can advocate for what it is that we're trying to do to help the company be more successful.
Anyone here report up through legal?
There we go.
You got a couple.
There we go, it's a few.
Be interesting to see, if we can have conversations and how does that hurt or help you? And just kind of the same question, How many people here report directly into a C-level individual? Okay. it's interesting the amount of influence that you can have when you do or don't, and how that can help as well. That is the one thing that nobody knows where to put operational resilience, so I think we all agree it needs to be universal across the company, but who really runs it? And so, Peter, you had advocated for that chief risk or chief resilience officer role to really have a seat in line with the rest of the C-suite there. So maybe that's something that obviously we see probably coming down the road to have the prominence there.
And I think it's accelerated from the pandemic. Like if you look back, remote work was nothing, and then the pandemic happened, and then everyone went remote for the most part. That was in a lot of type of jobs that people do out there. Same thing with resiliency and risk. I think a lot of C-level folks finally realized, oh my gosh, things really can go bad quickly. Like everything's good until it's not, and it can happen fast. So it's more rapidly changed, this acceptance of, just like in the IT world, finally you get a CTO, CIO at the table. I think that it's just going to accelerate our path toward that.
Definitely. Karl, you saw the need for increased threat intelligence, obviously, with the creation of NC4. You kind of said, hey, we need more access to real-time data. I mean, how do you see that kind of pushing out over the next 5-10 years for operational resilience?
Yeah, so the problem we have today is really exceeds the current level of technology. So as Marcus said, AI and machine learning is really going to be huge. I'm investing heavily in that. And it's not going to reduce the people, because as you deploy this technology, you actually are able to identify even more threats, even more things that can cause impact to your organizations, and they need to be vetted, they need to be dealt with. So, but I see that as really exploding. That the use of it, we're just scratching the surface today. And then to take it, it's not just the detection, identification, but the actual, predict the impact. Again, what Marcus said about using that database of information you've got. I mean, NC4, we started in, 20 years ago. We've got 20 years of history of data that we can use, and the newer technology, analytics, capabilities is just going to get better and better over the next 5-10 years, and you're going to start to see really a lot of solutions to the problems we've been talking about with remote work. Be able to, predict power outages before they happen using sensor technology. The cable companies are actually getting involved in that and putting sensors within the power grid, so they can look at fluctuations, things. There's lots of new technology out there to help with the problem of power outages, severe weather, even crime, predictive analysis for crime and locating things based on crime patterns. Technology is going to have some really good solutions in 5 or 10 years.
Definitely. It's funny you talk about sensors, and I think about the first low-key version of that when FEMA had a partnership with Waffle House to basically tell them if the power was on in an area, right?
That's right, the Waffle Index.
Exactly, right?
That's
So,
great.
it's almost the lo-fi version of what we're really promoting now with access to data and technology. And, third-party risk cuts both ways, because we have to worry about how our vendors take care of our data and what they do with it, but now it increases the accessibility to plug into that data set and actually tap into it, because it's not unique for every company. We're not all in our own HR system, and we're not in our own distinct behind the firewall to be able to get access to that, which makes it really interesting for us and for all of you and your technology to be able to tie into. Last question, then we're going to open up to questions on the floor here. When everyone leaves this conference, what are the top? Give me between 1 or 3 things that they should do immediately to help promote operational resilience in their organization. And they might be doing it now, but it's almost like, hey, here's your checklist that we think you should go and do this right away. I don't know if anyone wants to volunteer first for this, or if we go right down the line. Karl, you want to take this?
I'll just go back to this again. One of the biggest problems of this remote work, and people resilience. Make sure you're addressing that. It would be my advice. Make sure you know where your people are. Make sure you know what the risk profile is for them, and make sure that that's a big topic in your organization, given that, like I said, it's not going to change. Those remote workers are there to stay. Maybe, actually, when they come back to work 3 days a week, that makes it even more complex.
Yeah.
So now you've got people working all kinds of places, coming into work on random days. I remember Apple announced it was going to be like Tuesday, Thursday, everyone had to be there, and then you pick the other
Pick a day, yeah.
randomly, right? And I've heard that from other companies. So it's like, the complexity of who's where are they on any given day, and then the idea of the worker that just is, they call them, I think, digital nomad. Has anyone heard that term?
Yep.
The digital nomad, and I know some of these people. You could argue that I'm one of them, but you never know where they are. They've got, they're in Airbnb for a couple of months, because they've always wanted to live in or to experience New Orleans during Mardi Gras. So anyway, I think that would be my key takeaway, to get your arms around that issue.
I laugh because even Elon Musk admits he sleeps on friends' couches, right? So there are a lot of people that just they're comfortable. They're like, I can work from anywhere. So, Peter?
I would say one short-term and one long-term thing you can do. Clearly, working for Alert Media, I'm a little bit biased, but I think that because of all this chaos and people working everywhere, it makes the need for really strong communication capabilities that much more important. So make sure you know how to very quickly communicate with everybody in the organization and be able to have two-way dialogue, get responses back. Because communication is the underpinning to all resiliency, ultimately. It's people, and then people communicating with each other that work their way out of problems. And if you can't communicate, it's really, really difficult to recover from anything. So go back and make sure that your communication capabilities are really, really good. So that's the short-term thing. Long-term, I'm going to keep coming back to this idea of the C-level position in the organization around risk and resiliency. We'll get there. It'll take time. So in addition to doing all the great things that you do for your organizations today to make sure they're secure, continue to advocate and push for that. And I think as a whole, there'll be this kind of sea change and this wave that will move things along in the future and get that seat at the table eventually. We might all be retired by the time that happens, but you have to start putting in the groundwork now.
Awesome. Marcus?
Yeah, I'll go back down the chain from the C-suite and talk about activating your organization. So engage people at scale using gamification. And I'll put my technology hat on and say there's a really easy way to do that, and it's by leveraging technology. By doing that, you can win hearts and minds. Like that, I think that's actually our job as resilience professionals, is to win the hearts and minds about why we are doing what we need to do. So yeah, I'd take it back down the chain to activate the organization.
Awesome. About 8 minutes or so left, so I just wanted to open it up to some of the C-Vent questions. And I may have to stand because I'm at the angle. It's slightly blind to be able to see that. This one's closer. Why don't I go this way? There's been a few mentions about the talent crisis. How are you building continuity within your teams to support organizational resilience? Anyone want to take that first?
Hiring people.
Hiring people.
No, I mean, that's being a little bit facetious. We are actually hiring people, so if anyone's
go to
talk to me.
Illumineer.com/careers. There you go. We'll give you a plug for that.
.io. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, I think the one thing we talk about a lot, and Josh, my co-founder, and I have to talk about this a fair bit as well, being a smaller organization, succession planning. I don't think we talk about it enough. I've got a lot of clients that are talking about this as well. So succession planning for their roles and across the organization is really important. But I think building up a level of knowledge and awareness around this and trying to, I guess, get rid of the bottlenecks across the organizations in terms of how people are engaged in resilience. I think, we should stop just thinking about purely, resilience professionals today, but also what are the skill sets and capabilities across an organization that we can leverage to get them involved in resiliency and continue to build out that level of championship. So, that'd be my response outside of the talent careers part. Yeah.
There you go. Awesome. Peter, Karl?
Automation. Automate everything you can. Reduce redundant work. Reduce routine things. Leverage technology to replace the tasks that people can't do because they're no longer around to do them.
Awesome. Peter?
Just make sure Fred isn't the only guy that knows how to run payroll. Like,
Fred in payroll, Phil in IT. Make sure Phil in IT is not
exactly.
the only person to do IT.
We have a tendency to say, "Wow, you're really good at that," so I'm just going to ignore it and let you keep doing it. And you can't do that. You have to make sure that there's lots of backup and multiple folks that can take over if something is not working out.
Definitely. Okay, we got another one. How does diversity and inclusion play a role in organizational resilience? Specifically, what tangible ways are your organizations intentionally incorporating equity and inclusion in resilience?
I can start with that if you like. So Sara mentioned it before, but we ran that survey earlier this year, interviewing over 2,000 full-time workers here in the US, and it was across all backgrounds, people from the C-level all the way down to frontline workers like teenagers, and everything in between to see what was important to them. And what was really enlightening with the data that came back is the fact that different groups care about different things. Obvious, right? You have to think about those that have kids are going to think differently than those who don't have kids. Those who are older are going to think differently than those who are younger. So it's always important to just get out of your own head and how you think about things and really get in their shoes and see how they see the world. And you'll get so much amazing feedback that you never would have thought of. So it's really just important to think of all the different perspectives that people bring to the table based on, it could be anything from gender to age, you name it, and it just makes you a better, more resilient organization to take all those things into consideration.
Yeah, 100%. I think it is just engagement, isn't it, to get out of your own perspective for a moment, bring other, it's the missed opportunity if organizations aren't serious about diversity and inclusiveness. It's like, actually, we are operating in a society that is extremely diverse. So we need to bring the heads of diversity into the room to be able to serve those people that are either customers or team members, colleagues. So it's actually, just incorporating and engaging and making sure you are actively thinking about diversity from the get-go in anything that you do, whether it's, engaging in a workshop, whether it's running a simulation, whether it's building a plan. It's like actually get other people involved in that process to think about it from a different lens.
Karl, any thoughts on this one?
I agree. We need to do that.
Awesome. I think communication's the heart of a lot of what you talked about, right? So it's fostering communication, different, for me, diversity is it's a whole set of, it's different people, it's different genders, as you said, Peter, and different generations as well. So how different generations will approach when something happens to their organization and making sure that we have people engaged to represent each of the way that each group of people we have would respond or what they need. So this is a long one. I'm going to kind of walk over. I feel bad when I turn my back to everybody reading that side, so I'm going this way. Karl talks about the clustering of employees during COVID in Long Island was created good resilience, but also creates a resilience problem. So do you think remote employee resilience has improved after the winter storms in Texas in 2021? So Winter Storm Uri. And I always love, I had a conversation with somebody that lives in Texas yesterday, and I was like, I love the 3 power grids, right, in the US, East, West, and Texas. Which is great when it works and not great when it doesn't.
Yeah.
So Karl, you want to hit this one first?
Yeah, I think there's a long way to go we've got so many problems with the grid and resilience, and a lot of investment needs to be made there. So yeah, it's gonna. Texas is I hope they don't have another severe winter. Honestly, I think yeah.
We will.
Yeah,
climate's not getting any better, right?
Can't
So
count
clearly,
on it, but it hasn't improved dramatically. So there's going to be issues. But again, you need a mitigation strategy to just know it's going to happen, and maybe that means having hardened facilities with generators, backup power, and having them ready, and so employees who normally work from home can go to a place that's going to have power and internet and be fully fitted with everything they need to get their work done.
It's interesting, the office is actually the backup space in a way, right, versus being your
Well,
primary.
assuming that office is hardened and has power, you know, I mean, that wasn't the case in a lot of, throughout Texas, right? So.
That makes sense.
I think there's a bigger question mark around that, though, isn't there? In that, you know, what are we doing to dial up the situations that we're talking about? I think to that point, like, we haven't seen that before. We have climate change. We're going to see a lot of stuff in the next 10 years we have never seen before. So what are we doing today? Like, hey, ask me about a pandemic pre-COVID, and I'll give you a pretty rubbish answer because I probably haven't done it properly. But we're about to go through a whole heap of unforeseen events, so I would say it's not such a bad opportunity to dial up, whether that be a systemic internet outage, whether it be, like, whatever it be. Like, just think about the unforeseen a little bit, because it's going to continue to get very interesting.
More complicated.
Correct.
Exactly.
Just one quick follow-up to Ron's question. Just remember human nature for what it is. People's memories are very short, and there's out of sight, out of mind. So it's our jobs to constantly nag people and remind them of the importance of being resilient, because they're going to forget about these things if it doesn't happen within the next 12 months. It's just out of mind.
Yeah, it's almost like seasons, right? Why do we have winter coats if we're in a 4 climate or even a 2 climate scenario? Because we know winter's coming every year.
Yep.
You know, so how do we get into that method? I want to thank our panel today, Marcus, Peter, and Karl. Thank you very much. Appreciate the conversation.
Well, thank you all for joining this last general session. We're excited about that. We are going to conclude so that everybody can make their way into lunch. Don't forget to complete the session surveys on your app. Lunch will be from 11:45 to 1. Workshops will run from 1 to 3:30, and then we'll have another breakout from 4 to 5. Make sure you visit the exhibit hall and get your gifts. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning.